Everybody, I'm going to call the November 6, 2024 Planning Board meeting to order. If you could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. We have, looks like Giovanni is not here right now, and Sean is going to be about an hour late.
We've got 7 voting members here. If we
could appoint Mr. D to vote for Sean in the meantime.
no, I can't do that because that's an ex officio.
You can't do it on that one
Can't
either.
do it on.
So
on
6,
that
yeah.
either. So you have what you
So,
have.
not a problem.
So there's 6 of us regulars here, and Jonathan, who's a ex officio, is
Yep.
here. So it gives us
Fantastic.
7 voting members. as far as
Fantastic. All right.
Scribe.
We will, we'll get right into it. Administrative board work. Let's start with approval of minutes. Mr. Rugg.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion that we approve the minutes of September 11th, 2024, as presented.
I have a motion by Art. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Lynn. We will go by roll call vote. Ann,
What was the date?
you would abstain.
You said September, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I abstain.
Mr. D?
Aye, Tony.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, yes on the minutes.
Aye, Jeff Penta.
Aye, Jason Knights.
Aye, John Cruz.
Aye, Jake Butler. And the minutes are approved. Next set.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have found on our October 2nd meeting minutes, I had made a correction several weeks ago that did not seem to get into the official minutes here, and that is the number, we have 9 voting members present at the meeting, and the vote is all 800, so that needs to be corrected to 900. So I will defer those until they are corrected.
Sure, thank you.
And let's see, October 9th, 2024, I will make a motion, we approve those minutes as presented.
I have a motion by Art. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second by Lynn. We'll go with the roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Abstain?
Aye, Tony D.
Aye, Lynn Wiles.
Aye, Arthur Rugg.
Aye, Jeff Penta.
Aye, Jason Knights.
Aye, John Cruz.
Aye, Jake Butler. The minutes have been approved. All right, regional impact determinations. Got anything?
None this evening.
Fantastic. Discussions with town staff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in your packet, you should see an extension request for Vista East and Vista West residential site plan, letter dated October 10th, 2024, from Jason Lopez from Keach Nordstrom. Again, they are requesting granting a 6-month extension to the conditions of approval that were established back on January 10th, 2024 for the 130 townhouse site plan. Purpose of the extension is to continue to work with DOT for the receipt of the amended driveway permit, condition 3, and then work with staff for the completion of the conditions of approval. As such, the applicant is requesting a 6-month extension. In Mr. Lopez's letter, he does indicate making the board aware that the property and the project was purchased by Dartmouth Hitchcock Clinic. The new owner intends on completing the project permitting to obtain board signature on the final plans of the project. Keach's office is coordinated with the design engineer for the abutting medical office building project in order to obtain the DOT permits. Then he also goes on to state that upon receipt of the driveway permit, he'll file for the final plans. I know that Mr. Lopez is here in the audience. Should the board have any questions of Mr. Lopez?
Board, do we have any questions of Mr. Lopez? Fantastic. I am looking for a motion.
Motion.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we, the planning board grant a 6-month extension to the conditions of approval established on January 10th, 2024 for the 120 townhome site plan.
A motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
We'll start with,
Mine says 130.
What did I say, 120? 130.
That's
130
130
townhouses.
So you need to, yeah, so the minutes need to reflect that that's a different motion, something. Something's gotta be
I'm going
corrected.
to amend my motion to say 130 townhomes.
Thank you.
And I'll second the amendment.
Fantastic. So I have a motion and a second. Roll call votes? Yes, sir.
I should have
Yeah.
abstained from this, I just walked in the middle of it.
Absolutely.
So you want me to-
Absolutely. We'll start with Ann.
Abstain.
Mr. D.
I don't vote.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
I got used to you voting for a while.
Arthur Rugg, aye. Yes.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. The extension request has been granted. Thank you. And, yep. Anything else with discussions with town staff?
I have nothing else this evening.
All right. Before we get into old business, I know we have a conceptual discussion that is being continued. So I want to skip down to E of new plans real quick and get that out of the way, just in case there's anybody here in the crowd looking to hear that tonight. So I am looking for a motion to continue a conceptual discussion for proposed industrial use at 2 Ash Street, Woodmont Commons PUD, in Pillsbury Realty Development LLC are the owners, and Trammell Crow is the applicant.
Mr. Chair, I will move that we continue that conceptual discussion to the 13th of November, 2024.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second from Lynn, and we'll start with a roll call vote. Ann?
Aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler? Aye. And this has been continued to the 13th. All right, so let's get into old business. We have public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan to construct a 6,250 square foot warehouse with 1,965 square feet of office space and associated site improvements, 39 Rockingham Road, Zone C2. AK Investments is the owner and applicant, continued from June 12th, August 14th, September 11th, and August 9th. All right. If you folks want to come up. And let me see here. How are you, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Barry Geyer. I'm with Jones and Beach Engineers here for the applicant. We were before the board back in September. The plan is to construct a 6,250 square foot contractor building to include 1,965 square feet of office space in the mezzanine. The project also includes the construction of the parking lot and associated drainage. The board continued the project in September to allow us to work with the staff to resolve a couple issues. We were able to resolve most of the outstanding issues. We did address the comments that we received from the board and provided revised plans. Our response letter does include a waiver request. The rain garden is 2 feet deep and has 6 inches of freeboard in the 50-year event, where 12 inches is required. We did kind of discuss this with the board at the last meeting. And with the limited size of the pond, we don't believe this to create a safety issue, nor do we, and we also believe it meets the design intent. We are in receipt of the staff recommendations. We don't have any issues with the staff comments or recommendations, and nor do we have any issues with the conditions of approval that were written by the staff. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. I will, so we're in a public hearing. I'll start with town staff. We'll go to the board, and then we'll open it up to the public. Mr. Trottier, do you have anything, sir?
As Barry indicates, he has no problems with the comments. Sounds like he's able to address them. Just do want to make the board aware that the Department of Public Works is not in favor of granting the waiver request of not providing the 12 inches of freeboard. Again, it's our town standards, our requirements. Everybody else does it. Should be held, period. That's all I have.
Sylvia?
I'm siding with John. I think town standards are important to stick with, so it's the one sticking point here tonight.
Sure. I will, I'll open up to the board. I'll start with Ann.
I agree. I talked with staff this afternoon, discussed it, and I feel they are correct that that's in our regulations, and it's important to have it in this project. The freeboard should be there.
Does the board have anything else?
I guess I'd like to ask the applicant again, what is your perspective on why it cannot be accomplished?
We can meet the requirement, we'll just increase the wetland buffer impact slightly. So because of the small nature of the rain garden, and we believe we'd meet the design intent, wouldn't cause any issues, but it's either we obtain a waiver and don't meet that, or we meet it and create a little bit more impact in the wetland buffer.
Where is it on the plan? I don't see it.
It's if you see the green at the top, that's the concrete berm, but the berm across the top of it needs to be increased 6 inches to meet the town standards.
Got it, thank you.
And what is the increase to the wetland buffer if you went
A
with
couple hundred square feet.
couple hundred square feet?
I think one other thing that Barry, you gotta be careful on though too is again, the outlet control weirs doesn't meet the town standard either.
Right, and we can meet that.
You can meet it?
Yeah.
And again, will you decrease the potential impact to the wetland, the CO district?
That won't change that, I don't believe.
We don't believe.
Correct.
So with the freeboard, it's flooding a little bit more area. Is that correct?
It doesn't provide the protection that the foot of freeboard would provide.
Oh, okay.
So the pond is, as designed, is 2 feet deep at its maximum extent. Currently, in the 50-year storm, we're at 18 inches, and we have greater than 6 inches of freeboard. So there's 6 inches before it would meet the top of the berm. Town standard is 12 inches before it would meet the top of the berm. So we can increase the size of the berm, go up 6 inches, which would push it out a slight amount, and meet that requirement.
John,
I've looked at it and I think it can be done.
if I was just understanding, there's two issues there. The current, what you were just saying is the proposed weir does not meet the town standard, correct?
Correct.
So there's an issue of the size of the weir as well as not meeting the 12 inches of freeboard.
Correct.
You're saying
We could meet
put the
both of
appropriate
those.
weir in and still
Correct,
have your 6 inches of freeboard as opposed to 12.
correct.
We have a few 100 square foot impact in the wetland if we go from 6 inches to 12 inches. Is that what I'm understanding, is there will be an additional buffer impact because of those 6 inches?
Correct,
Obviously, your pond's gonna get bigger, it's gonna get higher, your slopes are gonna become more, that type.
correct.
Anything else from the board?
So just a point of clarification, so it's not increasing the impact of the wetland, just to the buffer?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no wetland impact on this project.
And the Conservation Commission weighed in on the impact of the current impact of the buffer? I assume?
Correct. And actually, the board approved the conditional use permit at the last meeting.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Anything else from the board before I open it up to the public?
Thank you. Just curious so that everyone's understanding, when we're looking at the plan here, behind me, are we saying that this is the rain garden,
Yes,
correct? Are you saying that it's going to move this way or move this way?
both.
It would theoretically go both.
Because I'm looking right now, and you're very close to that property line.
Yeah, we're talking 1.5 feet we have to move out.
Okay, and this way,
Correct,
also 1.5 feet?
1.5 feet.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for everyone.
Oh,
How,
yeah, thank
how
you.
far is the edge of that from, how far is this from the lot line as it stands now? What's that, 10 feet?
No,
No?
It doesn't.
much closer.
What's the, see if we can see the scale. There it is. If we look at the scale. This is 1 inch equals 20 feet.
We're about 5 feet.
5 feet? Okay. Thank you, John. Anything from the board before I open it up to the public?
And what is the abutter? That would be to the southeast?
That's Eversource.
That'd be Eversource, the
Yeah,
power
we're
lines, right?
on two sides. The east and the south is Eversource.
Okay.
And there's a huge wetland back there that encompasses that property.
All right, being a public hearing, I'm gonna open this up to the public. If anybody from the public would like to come up and speak, please come to the mic, state your name and address. Seeing none, I will close public comment. All right, board, let us start with, this waiver here. We've checked this for completeness. We have a waiver. I'm looking for a motion on the waiver and how we'd like to proceed.
I'll try, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion that we grant the waiver of site plan regulations 3.07.B.10, requiring 12 inches of freeboard above a 50-year flood event to the minimum elevation of embankment at the detention basin.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Giovanni, up for discussion. John, granting this waiver, they would still have to meet your weir requirements, correct?
Correct.
Anybody have any other questions? All right, I have a motion, I have a second. We'll start with Ann. We'll go down a roll call vote.
No questions.
This is for
Oh,
granting or denying the waiver.
Granting or can I ask you something, though?
Of course.
I have been out for quite a bit of time, and are we now saying our names before each time we're
Abstain.
submitting? Okay. Ann Champa. I'm
I'm wondering if you should abstain, Ann, because you
Yeah,
haven't
I
been
was
here for the
wondering
conversation.
also.
Well, but, yeah, if you're not
So,
familiar,
you
I
just
don't
abstain.
feel, but
Yeah,
Maybe I'm more than one tonight, right?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I'll be abstaining. Ann Champa.
Thank you.
Giovanni Barani, yay.
Lynn Wiles, nay.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, nay.
Jason Knights, nay.
John Cruz, nay.
Fails.
What do we just have? Nay? Nay, aye,
Aye.
aye.
Aye,
So one nay,
aye.
2 nay, 3 nay, 4 nay.
Motion fails.
So Jake Butler, aye, but the motion would still fail, so the waiver is not supported.
And just for the record, Mr. Chair, my nay vote was based on staff's recommendation.
Recommendation, absolutely.
We're getting a 50-year flood every,
2 years?
yeah, exactly, so. I think 2 years is a bit optimistic to.
3, aye. So for Beth at home, that was 4 nay, 3 yay. And the motion failed. All right. I have a conditional use permit. I believe we already granted the conditional use permit, no? Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, we already granted the CUP.
Yes.
We granted it at your last meeting, didn't we?
Correct.
Okay, so we
I'm
don't have
wondering,
to.
though, now, just to be clear, since that motion you just made is to deny the waiver, so we've just heard that they're going to have to move further into the wetland. So now your square footage, I know this is detailed, but your CUP is based on the square footage provided. So I'm thinking that's gonna increase on so you may need to entertain that again
Okay.
when we see
So,
the
yeah,
applicant
it
again.
may be appropriate to,
Well, I don't know that we'd see him again after tonight.
Correct.
The board.
You may be able to tweak it, not
Yeah, could,
impact that impact.
I was gonna
not
say,
increase that
do you
impact.
have an
So
exact
you need to
square
let him go
footage
do
of
his
what
work.
you're?
I don't have an exact square footage, but we would like to move forward and not have to come back for another round. And
Could
I think
we-
staff recommendations approval as well.
I don't
think
it's
necessary for us to do anything.
We don't have to make a change on that.
Right.
No. No. Okay. All right, so we are, we're at conditional approval. I am looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move that we grant conditional approval of a site plan to construct a 6,250 square foot warehouse building with 1,965 square feet of office space and associated site improvements at number 39 Rockingham Road, tax map 13, lot 65-1. This is zoned commercial 2. And AK Investments LLC is the owner and the applicant in accordance with plans prepared by Johnson Beach Engineers Incorporated dated September 27th, 2024, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated November 1st, 2024.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second by Lynn. I'll open it up for conversation. Mr. Trottier, do we need to add to the conditions of approval essentially what the waiver was so that they need to meet SPR 3.07 B10?
As far as the where?
No, for your conditions. So since that waiver was denied, does that waiver now need to become a condition? Or no? They just have to meet it?
They have to meet, yeah, the requirement.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, because they now have to meet the
They now
town
have to meet the
regulation.
town code, so we're good. Yeah, so it's
we're
not.
done. All right.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Motion. I have a second. We'll start with roll call vote. And Ann, you're number one.
Abstain. Ann Champa, abstain.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. This site plan has been granted conditional approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
Have a good night. All right, so we're gonna get into some new business here. We have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a subdivision plan for a proposed 17-lot subdivision consisting of 16 conventional lots and 1 conservation lot at 116 South Road, map 4, lot 57, zone AR1. Brook Hollow Corporation is the owner and the applicant. Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
Before we get going here, I need a motion to accept this application as complete.
Chair, I will move that we accept the application as complete.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion, I have a second, and we will vote by roll call, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye. Oh, I'm sorry.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
You gotta speed it up.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Jason
I was
Knight's
right
aye.
on that.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. This application has been accepted as complete. Gentlemen, good evening.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. For the record, I'm Jeff Merritt. I'm an engineer at Granite Engineering. We're the civil site engineers for the project. Excuse me, I have a few gentlemen here with me this evening. To my right, the board's left, is John Wickert, also an engineer from Granite Engineering. And then behind me are the applicants, Dana Finn and Robert LaMontagne from LaMontagne Builders, which is also the applicant, Brook Hollow Corporation. What we have for the board this evening is a subdivision application and then an associated conditional use permit application. Both of these applications are relative to the property at 116 South Road. This is lot 45 on tax map 4, and it's roughly 37 acres in area. It's undeveloped today. The property is located entirely within the agricultural residential zoning district. And if you look on the plan there, the top of the plan is South Road. The property enjoys a lot of frontage on South Road. It has roughly 1,800 feet of frontage along South Road today. We did have the property checked for wetlands. If you study the map to the east and to the south, is a delineated wetland there associated with Beaver Brook. And then interior to the parcel, there's a few small pockets of wetlands, some bigger, some smaller, but predominantly there's a lot of upland on this 37-acre parcel. The largest wetlands, of course, are to the south and to the east, adjacent to Beaver Brook. Across the street is some town and private conservation land. There is 57 acres across South Road that the town owns, and then to our southeast is another 3 acres that's in conservation that the town owns. And then our northeast abutter is the state of New Hampshire, and that is also open space there. Our proposal shown on the overview plan that's on the screen, we're proposing a 17-lot subdivision. There would be 16 building lots and then 1 non-buildable lot, 1 conservation lot, which I'll get to in a minute. The subdivision's comprised of 5 frontage lots. So along South Road, there will be 5 lots which would have driveways off of South Road. And then the balance of the lots, the other 11 lots, would have access off of 2 new town roadways, both of which are cul-de-sacs. The first road is shown and labeled as proposed Southgate Drive. Again, that's a cul-de-sac. It's roughly 750 feet long. And then that road that you see to the south or west is labeled as Westgate Drive, and that's also a cul-de-sac, which is 530 feet long. And those, again, would be 2 new town roadways within the standard town right-of-way.
I'd like to stop you there for a second. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't recognize you as having been here before. And when I look down the line here, everybody's looking down. I want you to know we have computers built into this desk, and we're watching the presentation that you have up there. So we are paying attention.
I get you.
But we're not-
I see
we're
some
not
nodding heads. I
Yeah,
got
we're
you.
not looking at you for a reason, because the presentations are down here for us, so we're not being rude, and I just wanted you to know that.
I appreciate you worrying about my feelings. I seriously do. But
It's what I do.
yeah, I appreciate it.
Sylvia doesn't think so, but it's what I do.
It's true. It's true.
It's not what he does, trust me.
Yeah, see, Jake's with me.
Let's see. So those are the 2 new roadways. In terms of lot area, they range. The smallest lot is about 1 acre inland area, and the largest one, not including the conservation lot, is about 2.9 acres. So anywhere from 1 to 2.9 acres is the proposed lot area. In terms of the conservation lot, if you look on the very east or northeast side of the property there's a hatched area that we've shown there. That's labeled as Lot 57. That is an 8-acre parcel of land that is contiguous with some of the other town-owned land that's in conservation. That, as part of this project, would be proposed to be deeded to the town as conservation land. The Conservation Commission had expressed some interest in that parcel, and we were able to work with them to produce a deed to transfer that to them in the future. So that would be a conservation lot, and it wouldn't be a buildable lot. We don't have any wetland impacts as part of the project. If you look at our plan, we've maintained a 100-foot buffer from the wetlands along Beaver Brook, which are the larger wetlands, if you will, on site. And then the interior wetlands, some of those wetlands don't require the 50-foot setback, but we have shown that on the property as that was a request of the Conservation Commission, so that's been added to the plan. We also have a stormwater management system designed here for the roads and for the homes. The stormwater management system for the majority of the property project is located on lot 15. That takes all of the stormwater from the road and from most of the lots. There's also one stormwater management on the opposite side of the property. And actually, it's probably, Sylvia, maybe the overview plan. Let me just get their bearing.
Sheet, I'm trying to,
The first one that you had.
oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I know you were trying to
I was
find
trying
the
to find
detailed
the
version.
drainage one, yeah.
Right there. So just to get your bearing, so the majority of the stormwater goes to right where Sylvia's hand is, just to the right,
Oh, sorry.
right there. Yeah, that lot right there has a stormwater basin on it for the majority of the development. There's also another stormwater basin which is in the very southwest corner of the property, right there on one of the lots there. And that takes stormwater from the lots that we have fronting off of South Road. And then when we were working through the design review process with DPW, we originally had this outletting to a wetland located kind of on the backs of those.
There?
Yes, exactly. Backs of those lots that front on Timber Street. And Mr. Trottier had mentioned that there was some historic flooding in that neighborhood. So he asked us to take a look at what could be done to redirect the stormwater from where it goes today to potentially somewhere else on the site to help those folks out. So if you look in detail on the plan, we have that stormwater pond outletting to the northeast into an interior wetland on our property as opposed to directed towards Timber Street. Yes, that wetland that Sylvia's got her hand on right there. So we were able to accommodate that request. We're happy to do that. The applicant was willing to work with DPW on that, and that would hopefully help out the abutters to our south.
Jeff, if I could
Yep.
interrupt you for a minute. So again, what's happening out there is that the rear of these properties here are very low. So what happens is stormwater comes down, sheet flows, and basically it floods out these houses.
These are
back there.
properties off timber, correct?
Off timber, right. If you remember back during the Mother's Day floods,
Yeah.
those guys were stuck.
Yep.
And I remember walking out there and again, walking around this whole, right, Jeff, they call these kettles?
Correct.
So a kettle, basically, if you ever go out there, it's just a big depression in the ground. So you come out of their backyard and you rise, I think it's about a 10-foot, 15-foot elevation difference. Then you go into this big kettle where that water sits. Eventually, it percolates into the ground because it is a very sandy area. That's where Garabedian used to mine that soil out of there years ago.
Yeah.
So it's real sandy soil. So unfortunately, I had asked Jeff, let's look at it. But again, it would have been such a significant cut, and even we couldn't cut enough to make it flow via gravity.
Yeah. Right.
So, as Jeff says, I made him aware of it. He did the best he could, and ultimately what he's doing is he's reducing the drainage area to those backyards.
Yeah, that's what it amounts to. It essentially cuts off a portion of the drainage area that was once or is currently flowing to those properties. So it may not be a perfect fix because there's a much bigger drainage area that we don't control, if you will. But we're certainly doing what we can to help that situation. And then we'll discharge it to a wetland that's on the interior of our site, away from those abutters. So we do have a conditional use permit in order to outlet that swale. To meet the DPW request there into that wetland. So we are seeking a conditional use permit just to get into that buffer to daylight that swale. And then last but not least is just the state permits. We do need 2 state permits, subdivision and alteration of terrain. Alteration terrain permit's been received, and then the subdivision one is that one that we would do should this board be satisfied. Be happy to answer any questions that you have. Again, I have the applicant here this evening if you have any specific questions.
Before we get to the board, I will start with town staff. Mr. Trotter.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we do have some design review items. As Jeff indicated, the applicant had indicated the DES subdivision permit and the DES alteration of terrain permit have been submitted on the project checklist submission. In addition, town of Londonderry stormwater permit is needed for the proposed development. The applicant should submit for and obtain all project permits, provide the copies, indicate the permit numbers on the table within the plan set. Second item was the easterly property line distance along the center line of Beaver Brook South does not appear to be provided. Ask him to provide the appropriate distance. Item 3, the revised utility plan indicates proposed utility poles will be placed at a minimum of 7 feet off the edge of pavement. Just like the applicant to verify those improvements are gonna work and the placement of those poles, they don't impede the stormwater out there. Item 4, the applicant should update the typical low-flow outlet structure at detention basin detail on sheet D3 to be consistent with the revised stormwater analysis for the basin. Also to add and label the above-ground infiltration pond detail to the note. And note the location is for lot 57-4 only. Item 5, we're recommending the O&M document be updated to include a plan with labels for each of the BMPs to be maintained under the O&M. For completeness, also recommending the checklist pages from the forms in the updated O&M be included as details in the project plan set as typically requested. 6, we're recommending the applicant verify the DRC comments of the assessing department have been adequately addressed. 7, requesting the applicant has provided an updated SWIP. We're asking that they provide the NOI application and approval from EPA. The board action items is, the board is aware, applicant is proposing impacts to the Conservation Overlay District that will require the conditional use permit from the planning board. And lastly, a board info item, the applicant has provided revised draft copies of proposed deeds and easements, protective covenants that are currently under review by the town. That's all I have.
Thank you. Sylvia?
Just two items, non-requirements, just something for the board to consider. According to Londonderry's subdivision regulations, 3.09G and H, the board can require sidewalks or walking trails. At present, no sidewalks or walking trails are indicated in the proposal, and I happen to know very much firsthand that according to the recent master plan survey, residents of Londonderry want a walkable community, and they want neighborhoods that are walkable. So something to consider, especially with the density of the development, and just recommend that you consider that moving forward. The other one, these are shorter streets, and we know that people are in a rush, and so no street trees or street lighting have been proposed according to, again, subdivision regs 3.09, and that street lights may be required by the board. I just think to ensure children's safety, if they're playing on the road, kids like to ride tricycles or bicycles on the road. And so I just think that to provide, some safety features that the board might want to consider that, to ask the applicant to add the street lighting. And also, I just always recommend street trees. It's a calming element. That vertical element helps people slow down, and just a recommendation that the applicant consider one street tree per lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. I will, before we go to public comment, I will bring it to the board. Board, do we have any comments?
I'd like to hear from the public before I make any comments.
Fair.
I have a few comments before we go to public.
Sure.
Sylvia, can you define a street tree? I mean, I'm assuming that it's a tree. I just haven't really heard the term street tree.
Okay, sure. We can all envision driving down any given road or in your own subdivision that you live in. And a street tree is typically along the road. It's the canopy starts around 6 feet in height, so that if you're in a car, you can look under. Your vision is not blocked, and so it's not an issue in that way. But it does provide that vertical element. Does that help?
It does.
Like a maple, an oak.
And you mentioned that just having that tree there, having it planned that way, it naturally slows down traffic patterns.
As they grow in, not initially,
Right,
but
right,
as
yeah.
the canopy becomes mature. Thank you for that word.
Not a problem.
Mature. Yeah, it just helps calm people, and yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I
Yes,
also
sir.
have some questions for the applicant.
Absolutely.
So we're proposing 17 units here, right? What's the,
It's 16 in one. Yeah, one's a non-buildable lot.
so definitely a few kind of questions I have regarding public safety. And I see, we have notes from our division chief in our packets. I haven't digested them fully yet. But something like this, what's the impact to the town from a public safety standpoint?
So in terms of fire suppression or something like that is what you're after. So we had met with the fire department at least on one occasion, maybe twice, for this project. And basically the option is to either do a cistern or to do residential sprinkler systems. And the applicant's chosen to do residential sprinkler systems out here. And so that's a part of the project, and it's on, it's one of the notes on the project that each one has to have a residential sprinkler system.
Could you walk me through I apologize. I just had the opportunity to kind of read these plans today, which is, within our guidelines and such. Could you walk me through how water's getting into this?
Yeah, so these will have individual wells. So this is an individual well and septic system.
How does, so we're moving earth here, how is this going to be impacting the wells of the abutters? Will that,
I don't believe there's any proposed impacts to the abutters wells out there. There has been some well testing on the site, which indicated that there's plenty of water in the area. So there's no proposed impacts to them that we are aware of.
if an abutter does have an impact to the well as this development's going in, what ramifications and so forth would they have? Maybe this is a town question, but I guess
I mean, it sounds like a civil.
for this use case, I'm seeing that I have 16 lots going in here. They're all on wells. I'm on a well. Now my well is not working. You've done everything you could to kind of prevent that from happening. But Murphy's Law says that it could happen. I guess what are we doing to kind of assist our abutters in that?
I mean, we're certainly going through the right channels. There's a local process, obviously, to get this approved, which is why we're here tonight. There's also a state process to get it approved. There's state guidelines in terms of lot sizing. There's local guidelines in terms of lot sizing, so that we're not trying to put 20 wells on a 1 acre parcel or something like that. It's the regulations are in place. We're not doing anything different than any other well or any other property in the area. In terms of if there was an impact, first it would have to be proved that it was this project that impacted, and then it would be, unfortunately, it's a civil case. I've yet to be part of one of those. I've never seen that before. Again, we've had the opportunity out here to do some testing. We are very close to Beaver Brook. We have a great gravel subbase, and there is indication that there is plenty of water on this property.
Thank you. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
You're welcome. And
Question, Lynn, I know you have a question, but I just want to follow up on what Jeff just said. John, could we have any requirements to test a butter's wells before and after construction?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Lynn?
So, a question for John Trotter. Are you good with site distance on the lots?
Yes, we are.
Okay. That was it.
Yes, sir.
Regarding the wells, you can, I think, request, like a study of the, a butter pressure or the pressure well, or you could require it, I believe.
I think we can request, I don't think we can require.
I would want a little more clarification on it.
Yeah,
I
I know
think you're right,
if
Joe.
there is blasting, it's,
A little
Yeah.
different.
that's
Yeah.
different, but this, I think it's a little nebulous in what we have.
Anything else from the board?
I just got a question, have you considered walking paths in this neighborhood?
we haven't. The applicants had some paths on some other projects. And as much as some people like paths, there's a lot of people that don't. They don't like people in their backyards per se. This doesn't have a true open space, if you will, so we'd like to keep the lots kind of private. There is adjacent open space here, whether it be across the property, across the road, or even the abutting property or the lot that we're proposing for conservation. So there is other places that people could walk out here, but we'd rather not do trails on everybody's lots.
We've had, I know, 2 instances that once a subdivision has gone through and they're in the process of putting in, the walking trails that we had asked, and they had agreed, that the people that were living there complained because people were walking in the backyards. So the only problem we had is they should have put, we should have had them put the trails in before the houses went in.
Right.
I mean, but 2 times, so, I mean, when you get the whole neighborhood in here say, we don't want this, the
Yeah,
board modified the plans, so.
yeah.
Well, let's get through the board, we'll go to the public, and then I'll come to you. Thank you. Anything else from the board, Mr. Dean?
So I changed my mind, seeing as everybody was asking questions anyway. So I think it would be a good idea to have some kind of a street light at the intersection of South Road and Southgate, what your Southgate Drive, just so that the entrance to that road is visible. Yes, sir, right there. Thank you for the clarification. I'd also, for Mr. Trotter, there's a notation that the road has been redesigned for 35-mile-an-hour road, John,
Yep.
and we just changed a lot of our roads to 30, didn't we?
A couple of them, yep.
Does that matter, or?
Again, the design speed is, our regulations require those roadways to be designed to a 35-mile,
Got it, so we're good.
correct.
I just wanted to double check, because that's a
Yep.
recent change that was made
Yep.
last month for some roads.
Mm.
Thank you. I would like to talk a little bit about walkable versus sidewalks. I've read and participated in all the things that have been going on in the town, and things that people are saying and not saying. And my perception, one person's perception, is that people want the town to stay country. I'm making a generalization there, but I think I'm pretty safe. To me, nothing says city more than sidewalks. Number one. Number two, there are several places in town where we have sidewalks, and people aren't using them because it's up and down, up and down, up and down, and people don't like that, or their hips aren't good enough, or whatever. I think I walk all the time, all around town, on some pretty heavily utilized roads. I think the whole sidewalk thing is overstated in town. I think that it's not country, again, one person's opinion, if you have sidewalks. I think a small development like this, I think it would be overkill. You have a sidewalk that starts and goes nowhere and stays in this development. It's small enough, kids can ride their bikes. It's gonna be 4 cars every 3 hours on this thing, especially after everybody's at work. So, and that's not a true statement, 4 cars every 3 hours, just so everyone knows that. So, I question the whole sidewalk thing and the walkability. I think it's more walkable without sidewalks,
And
especially for a small development like this.
I do want to address, at least try to address kind of where our head's at with that. If this was a highly urban area, Manchester, hundreds of units, that kind of thing, often we need to do sidewalks because the roads are too busy to utilize for anything other than cars. So with this type of development, 2 short cul-de-sacs, only 11 of the 16 lots actually coming off of the cul-de-sac, there isn't necessarily enough traffic there that these roads have to be utilized only for vehicles. On top of that, this is a very wide roadway section. The town standard is wider than most towns, which means that there's extra room out there. We also have shoulders that are graded out for additional flat area for people to walk on. So we've had the experience where if you add sidewalks here, we have other similar projects where we've added it, and then you go out there after construction and it's 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock at night, and guess who's walking up and down the sides of the street? Not the sidewalks. It's everybody, because it's a wide 28-foot section, and that's just what people do. So our preference wouldn't be to put a sidewalk in here. It doesn't lead to anywhere, and we think given the density of what's actually on the roads, that it can be accommodated within the roadway itself.
Right, and to be clear, thank you, Mr. Chair, to be clear, if we were talking about 16 houses on South Road, I'd have a different opinion.
Yeah.
And also, to be clear, this is a road to nowhere. It's not a cut-through. There's no other, it's an in and out from your new Southgate Drive road. The only reason why people have to go in there is if they live there. And my personal experiences, those kinds of things self-regulate. That's my thing about sidewalks, so thank you.
Jason?
Are you looking at this as a public or private road?
These would be public roadways, town maintained public
So,
roadways.
so if we were to do a sidewalk, it would be up to the town to plow it?
With the equipment we don't have.
So personally, Tony, I disagree with you on the concept of sidewalks. I think we have a ton of roads in this town that would be walkable if there was a place to walk.
I agree with
I
that.
live on one right now that you can't walk down.
Yeah, I
right?
agree with you.
But I do agree with you in this case, especially since we don't have any way to maintain it for the 2 months that we get snow nowadays. But, yeah, so I would agree with you on the sidewalk for this particular, but not for the larger conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
Giovanni?
I would agree on the no sidewalks as well. I'm wondering what the obligation is to the homeowner that has that sidewalk in front of their property. Do they have to keep it clean? Like if it does ice up, during the winter?
We don't have any regulations concerning sidewalks.
We don't have that.
I know, but if we did as a board require the sidewalk, which I'm not in favor of, but, if we required it, if somebody chose to walk on the sidewalk in front of, you bought one of those lots, and you didn't go out there and shovel it because the town doesn't have the equipment, and it was icy, somebody fell and broke their back, would
Yeah,
they
where's
sue
the
you?
It's the town right away.
Is it in the town right away?
Of course it is.
Typically, it would be.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's the town right away.
So
They
anyhow,
could
I'm
sue,
not,
they
I'm
could
not,
sue the town for put sidewalks in and not buying the equipment.
All right.
sidewalks.
Sounds like a great conversation to have, and when the final master plan report is produced to the public
Yeah.
In that budget hearing.
and a budget hearing.
Question. Which one of these lots is your conservation lot?
The hatched lot, all the way to the right on the plan, right there.
Okay. John, can you walk me through something real quick on the plans?
Yep.
Could you pull up, these would obviously need 4K areas, right?
Yep.
Could you pull up where on this plan the 4K areas are?
Subdivision plat.
Yeah, they'd be on the
Four to
subdivision
10.
plats. No, I did.
Right there.
There's one.
There's one, yeah.
These are the 4K areas. Oops.
What page you on? 17? 14?
Promises sheet
14.
13. Promises sheet 13 of 30.
Yeah, it starts on 11 through 11.
Through the end of the survey plans.
Basically 11 through 17 would have the sheets. And those rectangles that you see that are hatched, those are the 4K areas. And just so the board understands what they're looking at, I'm sure you've heard this before, but it's not necessarily that the septic system is the size of that 4,000 square foot area. That would be a big septic system. It's just that the state's looking to prove an area on site that has a 4,000 square foot area that one could be built. In fact, if you bought one of those lots and your house wanted to go there where the 4K area is, doesn't mean that there isn't another spot on the lot that it could go. It's just simply to prove it.
Is there a requirement on the 4K areas? Is there like a setback on those, or can they be right up to the property line?
My recollection back when I was on the other side of the fence, isn't a 10-foot setback, Jeff?
There is. At the local level, I believe it's a 20-foot setback, but, excuse me, a 10-foot setback. So, yeah,
So,
From the property line.
from the
from the
property
property
line.
line, or right-of-way line, yeah.
But it can be outside of your buildable area?
That it, what do you mean by?
Yeah, there's no
buildable?
Right, so
structures.
go to page 14. Zoom in on. So, now I'm all backwards because I'm not looking at my computer.
That's not 14.
So, like this one right here, this is your buildable area, correct, this line? Am I
It's your
correct in
front
saying
yard
that?
setback.
Yeah, that's your structure
Buildable
setback.
Setback.
That's the street setback right there where your finger
So
is.
this is on the other side of that setback? Is
Correct.
that acceptable?
Yes.
Because it's 10 feet off of, this is your 10-foot line, right?
So like,
It's not considered a structure.
Because it's not a structure, it's allowed to be within that setback.
your septic system can be in your front yard setback.
Yep.
So just
Yeah.
using the same terms,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
All your wells have got, what, a 75-foot radius?
That's correct.
And those are not allowed to be in the 4K area, correct?
Right, exactly. We show those outside of that. And again, doesn't mean that it has to go in that location. It's just shown how it could be done to prove buildability.
Yep.
Yep.
Can you, hold on one sec. Could I see, I'm looking for the 4K area for lot 57-8.
See which one that is.
What is that?
Oh, it's the one on the
It's on
corner.
sheet 14.
Sheet 14?
It's right behind you.
Okay, so it's right, it's
Yeah.
on the corner of
Yep.
Westgate and Southgate.
Right.
And so you're saying, did you say that the house can't go inside of the 4K area, correct?
So it could. So again, it trips every board up that sees this because it's weird. Like it doesn't mean that you have to build the septic system there. All we're trying to do is prove that there is a spot on the lot. It's not development specific. So you buy the property and you want your house to go on that corner right there where that 4K area is. There's likely a spot just next to where your house would go that would also be conducive to an actual size septic.
In order to get a subdivision plan from the state, they have to show on the plans
Yeah,
that it
what the
can.
4K,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Where
get
it-
that.
where it could
I get
be.
that. What, I
The
guess,
state is convinced that it's a house lot.
correct, they have to show 4K to say it can, you can have a house, correct.
Although I have talked with Nick, code enforcement officer, and he did let me know that you can't have the septic system within 15 feet of the foundation.
Of the foundation of the house.
And so I try to make sure when I'm looking at a plan that there's definitely enough room for the 4K as well as a house, separate, and
I don't
not
think-
on top of it.
I don't think
Just
that's
doesn't-
true. You said septic system. The septic field, the tank can be inside of 15 feet.
The field.
Just the field. The tank is fine.
I mean, that, it's all relative to how the house is built. There's provisions to get closer if it doesn't have foundation drain, so it's, I mean, the whole state.
That is true, but he said every single house has foundation drains that are built in Londonderry right now.
And I would expect most would, but I guess the point being is that again, it doesn't have to be 4,000 square feet, it's going to be much smaller. So again, you don't get confused by the size of that 4,000 square foot, that's bigger than most footprints of houses.
Correct. What's the average square footage of a septic system?
Tenth of that?
Yeah.
400 square feet?
Yeah.
About 400, 350, 400, something like that.
So, I guess what I'm getting at here is when I look at this plan and I look at lot 57-8, it looks to me like you're trying to put 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag on lot 57-8. Because I understand that you've shown that there's a 4K area in there, but I see a lot that's 3/4 wetland that has a very tight 4K area in it, but you found a way to make it work.
Well, I mean, you're also not seeing the other side of
Yeah.
the lot either,
There's
so
more to that lot.
I see the rest of the lot over here
if,
on my plan.
if it keeps going to the left down Westgate Drive, and there's another
Area
location
of
where
open.
Yep, where we show the well.
Probably roughly the same size of that area
Right.
where the 4K is, correct?
So in theory, you could have a house on one side and you could have a field on the other. And again, it's deceiving too, because the overview plan's an 80 scale plan, so an inch is big, but,
No, I get that. I know how to read a plan. Thank you.
sorry.
All right, you had a question. I saw you raise your hand earlier. Before I go to the public, it seemed like you wanted to address something. Would you like to do that now, or let me go to the
Yeah, I
public?
can. The
Yeah.
walking trails.
If you could just come up to the mic, please.
Name and address.
Yep. Name, address, and who you are, or where you live, what you do.
Okay, my name's Bob Lamontagne. I'm the developer for this. We did a subdivision a few years ago called Mill Pond. There's 100 and some odd houses down there. And it had walking trails that we built before we built the houses. And once we built the houses, we had to come back and get it taken out because the women living there were scared of guys walking in the backyard, looking in their houses, and especially this time of year at 5, 6 o'clock at night. So that's the reason we don't want walking trails. I did a project in Merrimack. We had walking trails with fitness equipment every so many feet. Nobody ever used it. People don't go out and use that stuff. So
Is this an association? Would this be an association? No.
No.
So I think with that, I tend to notice that even associations have trouble keeping up with walking trails. I love the concept of them, but I think the delivery of them is terrible because there's a lot of money that gets put into them. Association stays on them for 2 years, and then it's like, all right, let's stop spending money on this trail, and it just grows in and looks like junk. So I love the concept of them. I don't like the delivery of them, and 9 times out of 10, people want to stop paying to maintain something that maybe not even half of the neighborhood ends up using. So, love the concept of them. I just don't think they're. Nobody ever ends up wanting to take care of them, is what I've seen.
Or use them.
Correct. So I'd agree with you on that.
In this case, with it not being an association.
That was what I was getting at.
nobody
Is there's not even a mechanism to maintain it.
Nothing.
Correct.
Whatever property was on, in theory,
Correct.
would maintain it.
Correct. So, being public hearing, I'm going to open up public comment. If we have anybody from the public that would like to come up and speak, please please come up, give us your name and address, and the floor is yours. Nope. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Ugolini. I live on Timber Street. I have a few questions about this plan. So just a few comments on some of the discussion so far. I don't know if there was a traffic study that had to be done for this development. This is South Road, and as much as the speed limit is 35 miles per hour, that's not what people are going on this road. There is a blind curve, as well as a hump right around that corner. I don't know if you can scroll up, whoever's got the mouse.
Oh, well, here we go.
Right there. That curve right there.
Here.
Not my concern, but people trying to get out of those driveways are gonna have trouble. Traffic coming out of Southgate Drive are going to have trouble. So I'm just saying that it's a dangerous road as is right now. There's people that come on that road to avoid Mammoth Road, Route 102. So they're, racing along this road in parallel to 102. So just to make you aware of that. In the initial plan, when I first received the notice on this, so there are 2 wells on this, is that what I'm understanding?
Not any longer. Now they're
Individual wells?
individual wells.
So
Yeah.
no more pump house?
Correct.
Okay. But shared septic fields?
No.
These 4K areas you're talking about?
So each lot has its own septic and well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So nobody has to be responsible for those 4K fields that you're talking about?
What the 4K areas are just show that there's a buildable area on the lot, which the well needs to be in, I guess.
Okay.
Lack of better terms.
Wildlife assessment, I didn't see that. This wasn't discussed. There are a lot of turtles, deer.
Conservation Commission.
Yeah, I believe this has gone through the Conservation Commission. There were some, I wanna say I saw some notes, if you guys wanna talk on it a little bit, of what the wildlife is out there and if there is a need for a mitigation plan.
Pages 89.
Yep.
So, just so that you know, ma'am, part of the process, when the applicants, before they even come to the planning board, one of the stops that they have to make is to the Conservation Commission, who looks at the full plan and then submits notes to this board and to town staff as well with their comments about what they see in the plan, what they'd like to change, or some of those are addressed by the applicant before they even get here, because they know, they were at the meeting where the conscom said, you know, this is what we want you to do. All of those things appear to have been addressed.
Okay, so you were all given that information? So
Yes.
any vote here, you're assuming that was approved?
We have a full file in front of us of everything that the applicants had to do to get to today, and it's pretty substantial.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Just wanted to touch on one thing with that, John, was the traffic. Obviously, that curb cut, if you will have sight distance that is, or can you touch a little bit on what the sight distance is, what the requirements are? There's probably gonna be cutting back of trees off of the roadway to improve the sight distance on South Road.
So one of my comments that I had was the shoulder improvements all along South Road. So again, if you go out there today, it's pretty a haphazard roadside swale out there. So again, this will definitely define that drainage swale. Also, so for all of those individual lots, they have to have a 250-foot sight distance, and that is what it would take if a car is going 35 miles an hour on a wet condition, and they were going down the road. It takes them 250 feet to stop before they hit something, if they're going 35 miles an hour. If somebody's exceeding the speed limit, that's their own, we can't design for that. Coming out of Southgate Drive, again, that requirement is 365 feet. The reason why it's 365 feet is if it's a truck, for instance, going out of that, it takes him a little longer to accelerate. So that's why that distance changes from 250 to 365. By these plans that Jeff has prepared, they do meet the sight distance requirements for 35 miles per hour for the driveways as well as that roadway intersection.
And don't you also account for, like, it's at
A ball height,
a ball height
correct,
at 250
For-
feet?
What is it,
Yeah.
6 inches off the ground?
correct.
18?
So again, those would be for the residential driveways. The roadways, we don't require that because the kids shouldn't be playing in the road anyways.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, anything else from the public? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the board.
So being as this is not a, the town is gonna own the road when they're done. It's not a condominium, it's not,
There's no association.
it's not private, there's no association. How would we, I think that, I think every street where cars are gonna come out on a main road like South Road should have a street light on it. But how do we legislate that to a developer who can't charge it back to a condo association? What do we do? How do you do that?
I don't know how we would do that, Tony, again, because any of the streetlights that we have that are in the town's right away, we pay for it.
That's my point.
Bob, do you happen to have any idea, in some of your other developments, right? You'll be more than happy to install it, because we're gonna get the bill.
Right.
Probably should have one there. I'll put it up.
But again, they want the country feel.
And a stop
Yeah.
sign.
Yeah,
Right.
and a stop sign.
Yeah.
Jake said that. Jake said that, it wasn't me.
Stop signs on the plan, we got you.
Stop signs is required anyways.
I don't know, I would like to see a light there, but we're encumbering the taxpayers to pay an electric bill for a street light, but I think it's the safe thing to do, personally.
Anything else from the board?
I agree.
I agree with Tony on that.
All right.
One of the first streetlights like that anyway, so.
Well, there's quite a few around town, not enough, but there's quite a few. And this time of year in particular, you got people scooting down South Road, going east or south, whichever way it is, and all of a sudden there's a road there. If there was a light, you're not guessing where you have to turn.
Yeah.
And on Mammoth Road, trying to get into Merlin Drive, if you've ever been on South Mammoth Road, trying to find that after you come around the corner is an experience. And if you're not NASCAR certified, you're gonna have a problem. So, I think this is a great opportunity to make it
Yes, I
safer.
think if the developer wants to put it there,
So if they'll pay for it, taxpayers are gonna have to pay the $1.25 a month for the electric
It's
bill.
LEDs.
that'll come at the budget hearings.
So, we still have a conditional use permit to get through, before we do an approval, but if we were to do that, if, I guess we would vote one on if we would wanna add that to, as a condition, correct?
Yes, you want to.
All right. So, first thing, I'm looking for a motion on a conditional use permit.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I will move that we grant approval of the conditional use permit for approximately 2,805 square feet of buffer impact within the Conservation Overlay District to accommodate the proposed stormwater management system.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr.
I
Chair.
have a second. If we could do a vote by roll call, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani,
Can I
aye.
ask a question first? Was the last meeting 8:13?
This is the first time coming.
No. You haven't missed anything.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Is,
Lynn?
Oh, Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pence, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. Your conditional use permit has been granted. All right. I'm looking for a motion. Let's discuss. Do we need, before we start talking about motions on approval, do we need a formal vote on the added condition now, or once we go through conditional approval?
You make it part of your conditional
You
approval.
just make it part of, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does the board as a whole want it as a condition? So I just need a consensus, really, of if the board as a whole wants to make that a condition.
You have to get it in writing.
Yeah. Fair? Okay.
Agreed.
All right, so, Mr. Rugg, I'm looking for a motion, sir.
Lynn, you want to do it?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval for a subdivision plan for a proposed 17-lot subdivision consisting of 16 conventional lots and 1 conservation lot, 116 South Road, into map 4, lot 57, zoned AR1, Brook Hollow Corporation, owner and applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Granite Engineering LLC, as included with the applicant's October 17th, 2024 formal submission, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated November 6, 2024, and those comments set forth above unless not adopted by the board, which I'm not sure what that is.
Then we got to add the streetlight.
And one of the conditions that we are imposing on this would be the addition of a streetlight at the intersection of
Southgate Drive.
Southgate Drive and South Road.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll give it to Jason. I have a-
Okay,
I have
yeah.
a second by Jason. All in favor by roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pence, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
John Cruz, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. Your site plan has been approved. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the board's time tonight.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna recuse myself for items B and C.
Absolutely. All right, moving on to B, a public hearing on an application for formal review of a subdivision plan, one lot with frontage along Wiley Hill Road and the terminus of Mount Vernon Drive into 7 residential lots, 8 Wiley Hill Road, zoned to AR1. Belize Real Estate Holdings LLC is the owner and applicant. All right, give me 1 second here. Before we get started, I need a motion for completeness on this. It looks like there are no outstanding items. Does staff have anything to add to that?
Not at this time.
All right, I am looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
move that we accept this application as complete with the provisions of legal documents being waived for acceptance purposes only.
I have a motion from Arthur. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Lynn. All in favor by roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jake Butler, aye.
Jeff Pence, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
With John out of here.
John, yeah, John.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
we still have enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're
Yes,
okay.
we're okay.
Fantastic. All right. And Jake Butler, aye. This has been accepted as complete. Good evening, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. For the record, my name is Doug McGuire. I'm with the Dubay Group and the engineer of record on this proposed subdivision plan, here representing the owner and applicant, Belize Real Estate Holdings LLC. So this project is fairly similar to the application you just saw, just on a smaller scale, I would say. It's in the same AR1 residential zone. It's a proposal for standard subdivision lots, and it is a mixture of frontage lots and a roadway extension for some additional lot creation. Just to give you a little walkthrough of what we're proposing. So this property has legal frontage. The majority of its legal frontage is on Wiley Hill Road. It does have approximately 100 feet on High Range Road, and it has additional frontage of a intentionally dead-ended cul-de-sac, Mount Vernon Drive, which ended at the property with the potential for of an extension. So what we're proposing is 7 lots. 3 of the lots will be frontage lots, with 4 additional lots being extended by approximately 475 linear feet of additional roadway extending Mount Vernon Drive and providing a more official and to town standard cul-de-sac turnaround. Currently, right now, at the terminus of Mount Vernon Drive is just a hammerhead cul-de-sac, or I guess not a cul-de-sac, a hammerhead turnaround. I think based on the potential and for an extension that, it was more of a temporary turnaround in nature. So this will help provide a more appropriate full turnaround with a full cul-de-sac. All the lots that we have, this AR1 zoning requires a minimum of 1 acre lot, but all lots are sized by lot sizing by soils. The lots that we're proposing, the smallest lot that we have is 1.5 acres, ranging up to 2.7. The majority of the lots, I think 5 out of 7 are at or over 2 acres on the property. So the lots have been designed to meet all of the zoning requirements of the AR1 district. And you can see right on this plan, this is sheet 3 that is up before you right now. That is our high-intensity soils plan. And each one of these lots is evaluated based on the town's zoning criteria to make sure that there's sufficient area to justify a buildable lot. And so we have the entire area mapped, wetland delineated, and then we work through those zoning requirements to make sure that we have enough square footage to justify a lot and meet all of the requirements. And all of these lots do in fact do that, and it's summarized on the right-hand side of all that breakdown. The only way to access in to the property to get to the pretty large area of upland in the interior portion of the site is to cross a existing wetland finger with the proposed extension of Mount Vernon Drive. The alternative to coming in off of Wiley Hill Road is a much larger, wider wetland, so we evaluated what the path of least resistance to be able to get access to these upland areas would be, and this seemed to make the most sense, which was to extend the Mount Vernon Drive. We have a second small wetland crossing for 2 driveways, and what we did is we pulled those driveways very close together so that we didn't have technically a shared driveway, but the driveways are right next to each other to provide access in order to minimize potential of wetland impact for the property to get to the upland area of lots 28-9 and 28-8. So the
One sec,
Sorry,
sir.
sorry, I'm gonna, a quick question. So-
Sure.
So you're not gonna develop what I think is a paper street now, Yorktown Drive, or you are gonna develop that?
No, we're not intending to develop that at this point. We did, again, look at that as an option. We evaluated everything when we first started. That paper street is fairly steep coming off of Wiley Hill. It would be difficult to meet town roadway standards the way it was.
That's why I'm asking, because that'd be a pretty good cut.
It would, and it's coming off pretty abruptly off Wiley Hill. So we opted to come in off of Mount Vernon as a more direct point of access. Also, the benefit of adding the cul-de-sac, like I mentioned, and the grades work much better. We max out at like 5% coming in, and then reducing down to 2% as we climb up
Thank
to the
you,
cul-de-sac.
and I'm sorry I interrupted, but.
No, not a problem. And so the sheet 6, that is our topo subdivision plan, and there was some discussion. I was sitting in listening to the previous application regarding the 4K areas and whatnot, and the differences between those things. And so this is our plan that we would be submitting to NHDES for subdivision approval, and this has our 4K areas, our well radii, and this is the plan that's intended to meet that state criteria. There's no requirement for 4K from your local regulations. That's a state item, and so that's why I was mentioning that we have that high-intensity soil plan, which is really what gets into the nitty-gritty of your regulations and the lot sizing by soils associated with that. I did see in the memo that there was some concerns brought up by staff regarding the 4K areas and how they pertain to location of some of the prototypical lot grading that we have in our plan set. And I guess what I would say to that, happy to discuss it more in detail if needed, but what I would say is that, again, similar to what the previous applicant said, these areas are intended just to meet that state criteria. It's not necessarily an area that needs to be exclusive of where a house is placed or not. And just to help with some sizing, which the previous applicant didn't mention, is that you have a 4,000 square foot box, right? He was correct in saying that an average septic system is somewhere between 400 and 500 square feet for a house that we would be proposing. I think another point to mention is that your typical colonial house with an attached 24 by 24 garage has about a square footprint of about 1,500 square feet. I'm not talking overall square footage of the whole house. I'm talking just the footprint of the house. So you could easily place your house and the septic system probably twice within that box. So for that reason, it clearly is not something that you need to work around, or it needs to be excluded or separated from some of the other areas. And so I just wanted to, provide that level of clarification. On our grading plan, sheet 7, that is where we get into the specifics of what we're doing for drainage mitigation. What we always typically do with pretty much any subdivision is we provide what we call prototypical lot grading. as you likely know, when you're getting a state subdivision or even a local subdivision, because of all those criteria, the lot sizing by soils and all the other criteria at the state, you don't really have to show exactly where you're putting the house and where and why and what, what orientation it's going to have. That is the flexibility that happens after the fact when people come in and pull a building permit, create their septic design for the plan. But what we like to do is we like to show, for the benefit of the board, for our benefit, that we have a viable lot, and we accommodate what we think is a conservative, maybe over-design. Like, you could certainly have a house pulled more forward or backwards or whatever. We try to kind of max out the lot a bit to really be able to maintain an accurate representation of what we think will be developed, and we can also account for that in our drainage calculations. So the pond that we're proposing to mitigate the improvements on the property is mainly one pond, and that is to the north of the cul-de-sac that you can see on this plan. So one pond, closed drainage system on the extension area of the Mount Vernon Drive, and that area is all directed to that pond. A small portion of the area that can't be directed is treated via a treatment swale at the start of the road, just to make sure that we're getting treatment for all of our new impervious area. We are proposing, as I mentioned, one crossing for a wetland finger for the roadway entrance. And what we did is we did actually obtain this wetland permit already from DES. We coordinated with the Conservation Commission, and then ultimately obtained the permit for this crossing. So we do have that in hand. We work to minimize the impacts to the wetlands as much as possible while still providing a level of comfort to the DPW, because this is a town road. They're going to have to maintain it. Just as a little history before we came to you folks, during design review, we did have proposed wing walls, retaining walls, that was going to really suck in the sides of those embankments to minimize the potential for wetland impact even further. Mr. Trottier understandably brought up that, we would be putting those in, but he would be inheriting those walls. And, if they needed to be replaced, that would be a cost to the town. So he said that he did not want to see that. He would rather see a little bit more impact. And so what we kind of landed on as a compromise is we are proposing 2-to-1 side slopes, not unreasonable, 2-to-1 side slopes to minimize that impact, but we have standard wing walls that are the town spec, that meet those town standards. So we have a little bit more impact area potentially, but it works much better for the town standards. And because there is a 2-to-1 area there, we do have areas of guardrail on each side of that crossing, just kind of like a little bridge crossing. It's not a bridge, it's just a pipe, but for safety, we do have guardrail going through that little section. The other crossing for the driveways is much more minimal, that you can see for the two driveways going up. And again, using standard head walls, that would be a private crossing that would be maintained by the homeowners, not something that the town would be responsible for. So with that, we have some significant amount of additional detailing, as you're accustomed to seeing in the plan set. We have our roadway cross sections for buildability. We do have erosion control plans in the set, which are, talking about how to construct the road, but also factor in potential construction on the lots for erosion protection purposes in that regard. And as the previous application had, we have site distance plan and profiles for all of the driveways, including the frontage lots as well as the newly constructed lots on the extension of Mount Vernon Drive. So I'll probably stop my detail there. Happy to go through anything that are additional questions. I will let the board know that we also, like the previous, have a CUP application for the crossings. We did go to the Conservation Commission and obtained a recommendation to move forward based on our presentation to them for the CUP. And we also have a handful of waivers needed for various items, of which, when the time is appropriate, I'm happy to walk the board through those items. If that time is now, let me know. But I can get into that after.
Wait. Yeah,
Sure.
Let's wait, thank you. Let me talk with the board first, and then we'll have you do the.
Fair
talk
enough.
About the waivers a little bit, okay? Anything else on your end?
No, I think that's my initial presentation. Happy to answer questions.
Sure. All right, I'll start with the board, Mr. Trotter, or excuse me, town staff, Mr. Trotter.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, do have a number of design review items. As Doug indicated, there's a number of waiver requests that they're asking. Item number one, the applicant proposed a roadway extension design that will create a new roadway length of approximately 1,650 feet that exceeds a maximum length of 1,200 feet per section 3.09R, Table 1 of the subdivision regs. Typically, the town has considered roadways in excess of the maximum length under a waiver request and a design acceptable to the fire department, the Department of Engineering and Environmental Services. The applicant has submitted a waiver request for this requirement. Item number two, the applicant's roadway width design indicates a typical roadway cross-section of 24-foot wide curb roadway, which does not comply with the Exhibit 5D requiring 28 feet of curb roadway, as noted previously. Applicant has included correspondence from the fire department indicating the 24-foot wide curb roadway is acceptable. The applicant has submitted a waiver request for this requirement. Item three, the applicant's revised pipe summary table and the proposed stormwater calculations indicates 2 pipe locations within the proposed stormwater system with a velocity of less than 2 feet per second, which does not comply with the regulations. The applicant's requesting a waiver to that requirement. Item four, the submitted existing conditions plan, high-intensity soils plans and topographic subdivision plans are at a scale of 1 inch equals 60 feet. Does not comply with the regulations. The applicant is asking a waiver to this requirement. Item five, the applicant's revised roadway culvert design indicates proposed embankment slopes of culvert location at stations 2+64 are indicated as riprap 2-to-1 slopes and steeper than 4-to-1 per section 3.08K of our regs. Applicant is asking a waiver to that requirement. Item six, applicant indicates a DES subdivision permit in the Town of Londonderry subdivision approval permit and a Town of Londonderry stormwater permit are needed for the proposed development. Applicant shall submit and obtain all project permits, provide copies, and note the permit numbers on the plans. Item seven, we recommend new note 14 be added to sheet 7, or which has been added to sheet 7, be copied and placed on the subdivision plan to be recorded, that being sheet 4. Item 8, we recommend the applicant add the lot designation information to the second grading plan sheet 8, consistent with sheet 7. And lastly, we recommend the applicant verify the DRC comments of the fire department are adequately addressed with the fire department. There are 2 board action items, first being the 5 waivers that I went through, and secondly, the applicant is proposing impacts within the CO district that will require the conditional use permit action by the planning board this evening. That's all I have.
Thank you. Sylvia?
A couple things. First, let's talk a little bit about the waiver requests. So I struggle with the waiver requests, especially the 2-to-1 slopes. It's very difficult to maintain a 2-to-1 slope. I know they'll use riprap. I just think it's very difficult to maintain that. And I know the Conservation Commission commented on it to reduce that slope. That's one thing. There's two spots where they're utilizing that 2-to-1 slope and where they'll need the CUP. The second one is here where the little hand is right now, and that's the driveway. And I don't see why the applicant can't create a single drive that splits off after this point, after the wetland crossing, so that it reduces the width here, and I think they could reduce that impact to the wetland, and also reduce the 2-to-1 slope. So that's something to consider. Also, the other waiver request on the 24-foot roadway width. Right now, the existing road is 24 foot. And so I think town staff has a variety of opinions about this. We recently saw email from the fire department. They're not too supportive of the 24-foot width. John and I talked earlier. It is a short cul-de-sac extension to an existing 24-foot wide road, so I think that's something to be considered by the board.
Sylvia, I get a question for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Regarding the request for a road narrower than 24 feet when measuring the existing Mount Vernon Drive using blah, 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 blah. The fire department indicating the 24-foot width curved roadway is acceptable.
I think that was an earlier.
And there was also something in here saying that there was a note from the fire department saying that it is acceptable. Or maybe I'm just seeing this as the fire department indicating this is acceptable.
That was
Then I
an
have a letter
earlier
from the fire
note.
department that says the exact opposite. So I'm wondering which one it is.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I mean, I can just provide you the correspondence. I mean, I think it was one of the first things that came up because we started the design review process with this actually back in right before Christmas last year, believe it or not. And we've been going through, we received our first comments from DRC and from Stantec and Public Works back in late February, almost March of '24. And one of the first questions was, check with fire department on this because it's gonna change how you potentially lay this road out. I mean, I will say, obviously, there's implications in widening artificially just one section of an end of a roadway to 28 when everything was 24. That was our argument to the fire department. We met with Brian Johnson at sometime in March to go through that, and we met personally with him, went through this. He agreed that in this case, because there's only 4 lots, and because the existing road is 24, it didn't really necessarily make sense to have this be at 28. And I know to check my boxes here, and so I asked him if I could get that in writing via an email so that I could, give it to staff and have that be part of that. I'll quickly read this. It says, as per our conversation today, you are correct. With only 4 homes being added to the existing 24-foot wide roadway of Mount Vernon Drive, the fire department approves of keeping the road width 24 feet wide for the new extension and the existing hammerhead remaining as constructed. If you have any questions, please contact this office. Thank you, Brian. So,
Please provide the date of that.
that was, and I have copies if you'd like one. It is March 25th of 24.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I'll take a copy.
Yeah, it was just a recent email by the fire department that they had a change of heart, and we didn't solicit. We're supportive of the 24 feet. It was just a recent one. I think Mike Malaguti had heard from the fire department recently, so.
and I'll be honest that I'm not aware of that change. I'm a little surprised to hear that at this stage, frankly, because it was one of the first things that we established. You know, it was kind of like checkbox number one. So I'm not sure if maybe there was a loss in translation from Mr. Malaguti, since he wasn't really involved in the process in talking with Brian, or if Brian wasn't aware this was the same project, because it was a bit ago. You know, the design review process took a little bit longer than we anticipated, but, you know, I mean, I think it really, to me, from a plowing standpoint, from a logical standpoint, from a safety standpoint, to have a road neck in artificially where you have a widened section, here you are, you're looking at the edge of the road, and all of a sudden it's going to kick in on you. That really just doesn't make sense in this area. And I will say, in defense, or maybe this will provide some level of comfort, the way that this road is designed, your standard is with 1 foot wide bituminous curb, which is mountable. This is not a vertical granite curb.
Gonna be my next question for you.
Yeah.
Is this granite curbs or asphalt?
Yeah, so it's asphalt berm, which is absolutely mountable easily by even a passenger vehicle, let alone a larger truck or something, a fire apparatus. In addition to that, we have 3 foot wide gravel shoulders outboard of that are flat as part of the roadway design standard. So in some ways, you really have 32 feet of usable section. So, you know, if there's a fire truck that's parked in the road, it's got its stanchions out or whatever, easily another vehicle could go around mounting the curb and getting, you know, and using maybe a little bit of that gravel. So I think knowing that we have that to kind of rely on, as well as the existing conditions, I would hope that we could keep it that way, is what my preference would be.
So John, real quick, just talking process and design, we've talked a lot about design reviews, formal reviews, all that. I would assume March 25th, they were in design review, so this was responses from design review. And then within the past 21 days, this has gone for formal review, which is what has triggered a new comment from the fire department.
Correct.
No granite curbs, it's all
Correct.
asphalt.
Correct.
There's an existing 24-foot roadway.
Correct.
Thank you.
I can
Sylvia,
just- Yeah.
I'll go back to you now.
Thank you. So, yeah, we're supportive of the 24 feet, we being planning and engineering department. And again, so I already talked about the CUPs. One thing I didn't mention in that part of the discussion is this wetland system. If you take the bird's eye view and you utilize your great GIS system, you can see that this wetland system is quite large. And so I'm always very sensitive to that kind of system. And so reducing wetland impacts, I can appreciate they're not major impacts here for sure, but any reduction I think is important. And so that's why I'm making the suggestion about taking those 2 driveways, bringing that just short section down to 1, and we reduce wetland impacts there.
Sylvia, question for you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, but you keep bringing me questions. What was, I don't see them in here, maybe I'm missing them. What was Conservation Commission's comments on all this?
Their comment was to reduce the 2-to-1 slope.
That was, Conservation's only comment was involved with the 2-to-1 slope.
Let's see, discuss New Hampshire Fish and Game about using open bottom culverts. Use overlay of small gravel on areas of riprap, reduce grading on slope at culvert, and then relocating buffer signs, which they did, I believe.
Mr. Chair?
You're all right. Not yet.
Okay.
All right, we ready to move on?
Yep.
Septic systems. So, you will know shortly that I have a thing about septic systems, and here's why. This gets passed, a potential homeowner comes in, a buyer, and they want to see the plans. Maybe the spouse or somebody is an engineer, they gotta look at the plans. And they see, oh, here's the septic, here's the house, and well, now later on, it's gonna be like, well, why can't I build the house here? Well, it's because you don't have room there, the septic has to go there, that's where the septic, the test pit, percolated and blah, blah, blah. So I like to make sure that the septic fits, the house fits, all in one lot. That's why when I talk to, let's see, the building lot 6, the proposed house is over the reserve area. I don't think that's practical. I think it just needs to show separation there. And that the minimum distance, again, this is why I talked to your code enforcement officer, that there's 15 feet separation between the potential house and the 4,000 square foot. You may have a different opinion, I understand. I'm just saying, this is where I'm coming from. Lot 7, a portion of the 4,000 foot reserve area is designed for a 3-to-1 slope. That just makes me nervous. The original lot and proposed lot 9, a portion of the proposed reserve area is wooded, and it's unclear to me how a septic system, especially for lot 28, can be under the wooded area. It's not clear. Lot 10, superimposing the reserve area again on the erosion control plan, it indicates that there's a material stockpile. So I just think that's an easy move of the stockpile, because I just want to keep, again, the 4,000 square foot area clear of everything. So that's enough from me on the septic systems. There's just a thing on sheet 8 that just needs to include the lot identifier information. CO district sign requirement. This is a pet peeve of mine. So I understand about the buffer signs. This is, again, not a requirement, just something for the board to consider. You're now a new homeowner, and you have this lot, which is partially wooded, partially now graded. For example, if we go to this lot right here, and you have all along off your drive, off this proposed drive, these in the middle of your lawn, these now conservation posts with the little sign. I'd much rather see with that some kind of buffer planting, so that we actually know that that is a buffer of some kind, instead of in the middle of a slope, a sign. I don't know. I just have an issue with that. I just think it's important, if we're maintaining a wetland buffer, that it's actually seen as a full buffer and not a sign in the middle of the field. I'm missing something. I know I'm missing something. Talked about the CUP. I guess that's it for now. I may be reminded later on. I think those are the biggest issues. Thank you.
Sylvia, question,
Yeah.
since I'm just full of them tonight.
That's good.
What you were just discussing with regards to the septic systems and all that. This plan indicates that, it's meeting everything that's required by the state, no? Because the state controls
Correct.
septic systems. This plan is indicating that you're showing you can meet the requirements for septic systems.
Oh, yes, there's no denying that. I'm just asking they move the house, the potential house, so that there's no confusion when a future homeowner comes in and wants to buy this, that he's not saying, hey, it says on this plan I can build the house right here. Oh, and by the way, it happens to be right over the 4,000 square foot area. That's the only one shown on the plan. That's my
understand
beef.
that, but what I'm getting at is they're meeting the standard.
I'm just saying he can easily move that house.
Same topic.
Go ahead.
That is well beyond our purview.
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
trying
between
to
the
get at.
buyer and the seller.
All right.
We are not in a position to tell an applicant where they have to place a house or not.
Then let's have a note on the plan that that shows,
This
or
is a
that
buy-
says,
This is a buyer beware state. The seller of the house and the developer will work with a buyer on how it's gonna set up. Or, what happens sometimes is there's spec houses. And the developer is gonna build all the houses and say, this is what you get, do you want it or don't you?
I guess, and Sylvia, that's why I was asking about making sure that they're meeting what the requirement is. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I just feel as though it's beyond what we do at the planning board level. I feel like we're kind of toting a line of what we're talking about there, and I think it's a little past to Mr. D's point. I think it's a little outside of our purview. I think the responsible thing of the developer would be to make sure that what you're talking about is clearly understandable to somebody who may be buying a house, but we don't have to me, I don't feel like we have a mechanism of enforcing that, because there is no,
is there a note on the plan that says, I'm gonna guess that it's a potential location?
Well, and I think that's absolutely correct. We have a note on the GU. You'll notice that the subdivision plan that's recorded at the registry doesn't have any houses shown on it.
correct.
The grading plan, which is really more context for engineering, let's make sure water's gonna go the right spot, those type of things. We say right on that plan that these house locations shown are prototypical in nature and could be in a different spot, because they can. So, we do have that note. I also think I should clarify regarding the crossing, because Sylvia wasn't at the meeting with Conservation Commission, I was. The discussion about the 2-to-1 slopes was not necessarily about the crossing. What we had done when we initially came into them is we were trying to minimize any buffer impacts as much as possible. So any topo line that we had that was within a buffer was at 2-to-1 with riprap. And so when they saw that, they were like, ooh, there's a lot of riprap here. And we don't like riprap because they said that, aquatic animals, turtles or whatever, can't walk up riprap as easy. And so I said, well, if you're okay, we're comfortable flattening out all the slopes except for where the crossing is, both sides, where the crossings are. So we're minimizing wetland impact with 2-to-1s, but that's the only area that will have riprap. And then they said, well, if you could put in a smaller stone gradation into the riprap, it would make it much easier for the organisms to be able to climb if they so chose to do so. And we modified our detail.
So hold on. You're saying you're gonna take riprap, 6 to 10 inch stone, and you're gonna put 3/4 inch stone on top of it?
We're gonna chink in the porous areas with smaller stone, correct?
So back to the 50-year flood every 3 weeks. What's gonna happen with 1.5 inch stone when we get rain, besides it migrate to wherever the bottom of this hill is? No?
Well, no, good question. I mean, I think the theory is that it is not intended that you're gonna put a slope of large stone riprap, which is what you need, and then pour a bunch of small stone on top of all of that. The goal is to only put it in so that it doesn't have large porous spots that an animal would fall in and be like,
So it's not like you're top coating
No,
this thing with
no.
3/4 inch stone?
we're only top dressing it, barely enough to flatten out the depressions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sylvia.
Okay.
I'll get to the board eventually. Sorry, guys.
And I just realized and I certainly appreciate this conversation, and you're completely right, I'm coming in late to the game. The one other concern was the driveway grading and stabilization. I had slope stabilization concerns for lots 7, 8, 9, and 11. Grades for all 4 of the lots, those are 6 to 10% along the driveways. And the side slopes are as steep as 2-to-1 slope, and also 3-to-1, which isn't as terrible. I didn't see any really special instruction for erosion control of those slopes. Where some of those grades meet existing topography, I won't call it a swale, but it's concerning about drainage along those driveways, and I'm just curious if the applicant has thought of, how to ensure the stabilization along those driveways.
So, no, valid concern, absolutely. I do feel like we did attempt to address that, and I don't know if maybe you didn't get to the
No, I did
the
look
back
at the
of
back.
the far back, because we have sediment and erosion control plans in the plan set, which are sheets 25 and 26, and the reason we bring those as a separate sheet is because if you try to put the erosion protection measures on the other plans that are having all the detail of the drainage, you're just never going to understand it. So, but we do have drainage plans. I don't know if you want to bring that sheet up or if it's in the package, but it's sheet 25 is the main one. And we have specific erosion protection measures for all the lots in addition to the roadway system. So we have silt fence along the perimeter of the low sides. We have check dams in some of the created swale areas. We have construction entrances for the project. We have dandy bag collection systems for all the closed drainage system. So, I mean, we are certainly, and this is part of the potential approved plan set that would instruct the developer to, whether he puts the house in that spot or slightly to the right or left, his perimeter controls need to be in for his lot development. And so that's what this plan has. So I don't know if that addresses your concern.
I did look at all the notes. I just thought, I just wanted to see a little bit more emphasis on where these meet the existing grades. Here.
Well, I mean, obviously the intent is that you establish your driveway. Once you grade off your slopes, you're hoping to hydroseed and get germination going on those. The intent of the silt fence, which is pretty extensive, to be honest with you. I mean, there's a pretty good amount of linear footage of silt fence on this project. Is that's your protection. So if you don't have stabilization, or if you just hydroseeded and there's a potential blowout or some rilling on the slope, you do have silt fence protection to hold that back. So I think if this plan were to be implemented, I think that we have a fair amount of protection for these lots.
All right. Sylvia, anything else?
I'm good now,
I'm going to try and not ask anything for a couple minutes. I'm going to come to the board. I'm sure they're all dying to talk. Anybody on the board? Lynn?
So this development's within the consent decree area, the St. Cobain consent decree area. Have you had any discussions with DES over their concerns about drilling wells and who's going to be responsible for the maintenance of those wells after they are installed?
We didn't necessarily have any discussion specifically to the wells. As part of our DES wetland permit, we did have to do a Heritage Bureau check, fish and game coordination. And so they did review and evaluate the project in its entirety. They know it's a subdivision, 7-lot subdivision.
But did they look at it specifically for the contamination that's occurring out there right now? So my concern is that, you're going to drill some wells out there, they're going to be contaminated. The other wells that are in the area right now are really the responsibility of St. Cobain. So who's going to be responsible for doing water testing, doing remediation, doing maintenance on the water systems after the houses are installed? I doubt if it's going to be St. Cobain. And it could be a fair
I
amount
think
of
it
money.
might be.
I don't think so. That's why I think that's got to be the question. Because they've agreed to a certain set of properties and a certain set of remediations for those properties. I don't know what their take would be on some new development. And I think that's the big question I have.
No, I mean, understood. I mean, obviously, I think I appreciate you bringing that up. I think it's something that, again, would probably be something that we would have to just handle on a lot-by-lot basis with the drilling of the well. We'll look into whether there's any culpability for Saint-Gobain, but if there isn't, then, you know, it would be something that we would have to address as the developer of the lot, you know, when you drill that well.
Yep. Because the way the consent decree is structured right now is so if you put in an in-house filter system, as an example, Saint-Gobain is responsible for maintaining that in perpetuity if the well stays contaminated. And that could be a fair amount of expense. We really don't know what that's going to be at this point in time.
Sure.
And I think something like that needs to be really positively addressed. And then I will say another thing too, there is a water line that's being installed up High Range Road, which will be going right across the front of the one lot that's on High Range Road. So there will be an opportunity there to stub off of that and
Sure.
bring municipal water into that development.
Not,
I think
Mr.
it'd
Chair.
be,
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead,
I
Art.
think it'd be,
I'm gonna let Jeff, he got to me first, I'm gonna let Jeff talk.
okay.
You know, I just want to echo kind of Lynn's comments there, and I was also going to bring up the water line that was kind of going in here. I would like to see more concrete evidence of what a new development is in this area. I think this is something that, me being on the board, I don't think I've experienced, but I just want to trust but verify on this. So especially with kind of the decade-old water conversations we've had, and really just from a public safety kind of aspect as well. So I definitely echo what Lynn is saying.
Yeah, I do also. I think probably, it'd probably be, behoove you to let Saint-Gobain know what's going on. Because, I mean, they have a certain responsibility, but if either they're not aware of it, or whatever, entanglements that the state has put on them, I think should be known.
Yeah, I'd work through DES, I wouldn't go direct to Saint-Gobain.
yeah, no, I mean, I'll absolutely bring that forward to the property owners and the developers of the site. And, I mean, I can tell you right now that there is no way that an area, just because of their issue, right, would not be developable, right, in some manner. It's a matter of who's responsible, and we can figure that out for sure. And I think knowing that would be an added expense, if there's an opportunity for them to be responsible, we will find that out for sure.
I think you're being optimistic in your, in being able to settle something like that, at least quickly. But
Well,
really
I mean,
think
this is an existing property, right? I mean, yes, we are expanding and having additional lots, which are all by right, and so, I mean, I'm not looking I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I'm just saying that whatever it is, we would explore that option, and/or if that isn't available, then the testing would have to be the burden of the cost of
Yeah,
development.
and I'm trying to protect you as
No,
well, so
I
I'm trying to
I
protect the
understand.
future homeowner as well.
From a purchasing standpoint of a house, it would go through an inspection, no?
I mean, unless
Unless they waived an inspection, but if the house was purchased, it goes through an inspection, it comes up that the wells do have an issue, I would say 9 times out of 10, that's gonna become the responsibility of the developer to
absolutely.
put in mitigation measures for whatever the issue is.
Well, and not only that, but this is a fairly small development with frontage lots and a small extension of a roadway. The developer is going to build these houses. Now, they may have a buyer ahead of time, or they may be doing it on spec. Lately, it's been more on spec, has been my experience. But that would mean that they will be pulling a building permit, a septic permit, a well permit. They will be drilling the well. So all of that will be done, and the testing that's required will be done prior to a homeowner. And like you just said, the disclosures would obviously be triggering on that. So,
So I may be overstepping my bounds, but I really think that we need a document from DES, between DES and the developer, specifically laying out what their response is to the development going in and who they see as being responsible if there's any downstream problems with the wells.
Just to, inland, that would be obviously the new homes, but also existing homes in the
The existing homes are covered.
They're already covered.
They're covered in the
Right,
consent decree.
so this new development, if they, come in, they move earth, the existing homes have the water mitigation
They do.
systems.
They do.
Now, does that disrupt that at all? I mean, maybe it does, but, this is probably another kind of step. I just want to kind of just throw this question out there, because I did receive some feedback on.
Yeah,
questions on
hydrology
that.
is interesting. You don't know where the water goes, right? So
Right.
it can go anywhere. You just don't know where it goes.
Mr. D.
So, so, I mean, and to Lynn's point, there's a lot of information about aquifers and who drilled into what aquifer and drained the neighbor's well, and that's a constant thing. In an imperfect world, the developer builds the wells.
Excuse me.
The wells are contaminated, the developer puts in a mitigation system in that home, and the buyer pays for it, basically, in the sale price of the house. Based on my knowledge, the state is really only concerned with gallons per minute, is my understanding on the testing, in order for it to be a saleable or a habitable home.
So gallons per minute, not quality.
Correct. So the rest is on the homeowner, developer, or whatever it happens to be. The other question is, who is responsible for reading the documents in the court case between St. Cobain and the state and the town? It would be hard for me to believe that there's language in there that says, and any future home that's ever built in Londonderry will pay for that too. It just doesn't make any sense to me, just my business head clicking.
Okay.
But it is a problem. Lynn's correct. Where do you go from here? I don't know, and I honestly don't know where we end or how far we can go, or I'm not sure what we should be doing or shouldn't be doing when it comes to the water part of it. I do have another issue if it's okay. But if anyone else
I'll
wants
tell
to
you what,
talk about water.
Doug, you wanted to answer that.
Well, I guess the only thing I was thinking is that, it's a valid concern, and I think, I don't think that there's anything that I can gain that would affect this board's purview on approving a subdivision, but it's a valid point and probably should be addressed. And so what if I were to put some type of notation on the plan that calls out the area and says that all wells shall be tested to, now I'm not, and if we want to have a copy of that given to the town's department, or I don't know if that's too far, but at least what it could do is, on the subdivision plan, it would just make people aware that there is a potential contamination issue, that wells would have to be tested. And so that would at least eliminate, now I don't know anybody that's going to, usually as part of the inspection process on a purchasing of a new house, you would have your well tested, because we all know, I think all of us, anybody that's on a well, I am, that, I have like a wastewater or water treatment plant in my basement, because, there may not be.
In Londonderry?
No, no, I don't, but we still have, so it's everywhere.
Southern New Hampshire.
And I don't have the PFAS,
PFOA,
but I have uranium and other items. So, I think anyone getting a well would have it be tested, because you may just have hard water and you want a softener. So they usually go through the gamut of testing. It's very standard practice. So I don't see it as an issue that we have to get held up at the subdivision level on, but I'm fine putting a note on the plan that would just at least provide that as a clarification point. And anybody that's buying a lot, or somebody, that person that wants to go through and scour the plan, they would be made aware. I think it's gonna happen either way, but
I think I already know the answer to this, but could just condition that there's appropriate water treatment in each house?
No, because what are you treating it for?
That's
So-
why I
so
said I
again,
think I already know the answer to my question.
Before they get their CO, they're gonna have to do some,
Yeah.
some typical hardness, E. coli, total coliform, that type of testing. So again, I totally agree with you, Len. Again, it's as simple as looking at the consent decree and what's
Yeah,
gonna
whose
happen in the future.
responsibility is it?
What's gonna happen in the future when a new home is built out there or a new well
Oh, yeah, and somebody
is
gets sick.
constructed?
And
Pretty
someone gets
simple.
sick.
Yeah.
Oh, is
It's
it
gonna be-
consent
it's-
decree area noted on the plan?
It's not.
And then putting a note on a subdivision plan that's at Rockingham County, who's ever gonna see that? Doesn't mean anything.
You don't ever look at the Rockingham County Register of Deeds?
I do. I'm a horse of a different color.
So as one board member, Sylvia, I'd like you to go back to Mike and get legal opinion from on the town's behalf as to what this means to have a new development going in the consent decree, and what he sees the responsibilities being for all the parties involved.
I would think at this point, it's well enough known, like the whole PFAS thing, that it's almost considered like a known issue with new houses.
They weren't aware.
A seller of a property, in New Hampshire is obligated to disclose things.
So,
I mean,
and I know you
again,
had
that's
one-
not, we're not selling the property. We're-
Right,
we're
exactly,
not-
yeah.
I know you had one more question, D, but, Mr. D, but I wanna get to the root issue here. We're really worried about people's water. It's a
Yeah.
big issue in town, huge issue in town. It's probably the biggest issue in town right now. Some people would argue traffic, but one of the two biggest issues in town.
I think it's a big issue in a lot of communities.
What is the, because I agree, we're kinda toting a strange line here. I'm trying to figure out what is a reasonable solution to this, and is that reasonable solution a condition of the plan that they have to test everybody's water, every well's water, and if the well has any sort of issue, whatever it is, iron, PFAS, uranium.
Well, every well is gonna have arsenic in it.
Correct. But what I'm asking is can we just condition that on the plan that, you know, the developer's responsible for testing these wells, and based off the test of the wells, treating appropriately?
I mean, I have no problem with that added, because I think it's a standard practice that would be done anyway. And I think if we want to limit it to, I mean, hard water and stuff, some of that is a preference. I mean, I don't think you have to treat for hard water if you don't care or whatever. We could relate it to the PFAS issue, if that's I mean, obviously, that's the major concern here.
Yep.
I guess that's what I'm getting at, is can we just condition it that the developer has to test all these wells? And if there is an issue with the water, that has to be mitigated upon, you know, CO of the house or whatever,
But again though, Jake, what are you testing it for?
everything.
Everything? You know how much money you're talking?
When we get, let us get to public comment, please. Thank you, sir. So, just keep that in the back of your mind. Is there some way we can word this that
Yep.
says the developer's responsible for putting in any mitigation measures for, and to his point,
Even if they do, they're gonna pass it on to whoever's buying the house, so what difference does it make? The person who buys the house is gonna pay for it one way or the other.
I get that.
Well, at least then you know it's been
Either front end or
addressed.
back, either front end or back.
I get that, but at least we know it's
Yeah,
done. It's addressed,
because
you know?
it's just putting it there.
I get it. I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah. So,
And just kind of stating the difference between this plan and the last plan we saw, you know, this plan inside the consent decree.
yeah, it's in a real issue, an area that's a
So
real
it's,
issue.
an area with known problems and all
Put
the
a disclaimer on the
homeowners.
plan then that says that this project is in the decree,
Whatever the hell.
the consent degree area.
You had
So-
something else, Mr. D.
I do. I want to talk about Sylvia's combination of driveways, 2 into 1. That is a huge easement disaster.
You're talking deed easements
It's
and.
it's a deed issue, and it's the best way for you to get two Londonderry citizens to hate each other, is to have a combined driveway with one easement over the other, and then the other easement over the other one, and everything's fine until 15 years down the road, there's a pothole in the easement section, and one neighbor says, I don't care, I have a Tesla super truck, I can go through that upside down and backwards, I'm not paying to fix it. And the other guy says, I want it fixed because I have a Prius with 9-inch wheels and it won't go through the pothole. And now all of a sudden you have people shooting at each other's houses. I might have made that up.
I would agree. I think in theory it's a good concept, but I think in delivery it's very dirty.
Correct.
Coming from somebody who shared a driveway with three
Early,
different
a long time ago, we had problems with combined driveways, and it becomes the Hatfields versus the McCoys.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So with that, do I have anything else from the board?
Let's see, can you reduce the slopes from 2 to 1 to 3 to 1 or 4 to 1? Is that the reason for the riprap, is because of the steep slope?
Correct, yeah. I mean, the 2 to 1 slopes are only done in the crossing locations. That's the only place that has the riprap, and it's really was an effort to mitigate and minimize the slopes. As I said, we actually minimized it even further when we had head walls, but then we opted for this design that we have right now. So, I mean, personally, I think that we've minimized the impacts and also minimized the potential of an issue with a 2 to 1 slope to just the crossing locations. So I don't see those areas, and I'm not trying to put words in the Concom's mouth. They were fine with the 2 to 1s in those locations. They were aware because they understood that we were crossing and minimizing in those locations. The other areas were the ones that they were talking about in their notation about flattening out, which is what we did.
Thank you. And you looked like you had a question down there?
Yeah, back to the water issues. Then are you selling a house if it has a water issue that's unfit for habitation? So, I mean, we know it's right in that area, so maybe they should be tested. Add the price to the house if you have to, so the people will know whether they're safe or they're not safe to buy that house and move in.
I agree with you. I am fine with that being a condition.
All right. You guys all set? So, we are in a public
and
hearing?
if they want to buy it, too.
Yeah,
They
absolutely.
can decide, but if you want to, provide something for them at an extra cost, add it to the bill.
Yep.
But I think people should know if they're buying a house that's safe to live in.
Thank you, Ann. All right, so this is a public hearing. It is the public's turn. You guys are more than welcome to come up. Please, one at a time, name and address.
Thank you. Brian Donovan, 7 Carousel Court. I live right to the north, direct abutter. And I don't know what lot it is, and I apologize. First time I'm seeing these plans. I've seen some earlier zoning boards and whatnot, but it's quite a narrow lot along my property line. And based upon the topography, where a home would have to be situated and where they've done the test pit, where it's situated, where they put the 4K, there will be a house, a 2-bedroom or a 2-story home, about 15 feet from the property line, roughly. My pool and backyard are right there. So if you can imagine, I'm gonna have a 2-story home about the length of this room against the back of my house, which I've had quiet and comfortable enjoyment. I understand their ability to develop their property and things like that and the setbacks, and I'm not looking at. But for anybody to say it doesn't impact my property value, I think would be foolish. To say that if there was a house, a 2-story house this distance from my backyard, I'm in the process of moving into my retirement, downsizing, gonna be selling the house in 4 to 5 years. And I can guarantee that if there's a home that distance away, there'll be an impact to what I can sell that property for, compared to what the value is today. So I don't know if that's been taken into consideration at all. I talked about quiet and comfortable enjoyment. Again, it's going to be about this far away from my pool, so I won't be able to enjoy my backyard. I would request that the board have the applicant do some type of screening, vegetative screening, or privacy fencing that at any place on that developed property that the inhabitants can't just look into my property, so that I can enjoy my property. I've been a resident of Londonderry for 31 years, so, and there for 11 and a half. Just to take one step back and what you guys were talking about and just offer a suggestion on talking about the water issue. You can make a requirement that they test all of them before sale, and just have it meet the New Hampshire municipal drinking water standards. Okay, and that'll address just the contaminants, and then the actual, issues with hardness and things like that are just more comfort and personal preference are not addressed in there whatsoever. So it would address things like the uranium, arsenic, PFOS, and things like that. So if there is a contaminant identified, then, they'd have to put in some type of treatment system for that. Just go, it's required of any building that occupies, I think it's 25 people, is a public water supply, considered a public water supply. So just go under DES standards for that, just a recommendation. I guess one little bit of a concern with the Conservation Commission, and the Conservation Commission has reviewed this. Londonderry has 5 endangered species, and I don't know in the Conservation Commission process if they even asked you or had you review any of that. I have turtles in my backyard. I can show you pictures on my phone right now. I have to fish them out of my pool to see if any of those are endangered species. 2 of those, the Blandings, located just in the seacoast and in south central New Hampshire, including Londonderry. The eastern box turtle, there's only 10 communities statewide, in which Londonderry is one of them. Eastern hognose snake, only located in 11 communities statewide, Londonderry being one of those. Northern long-eared bat migrates statewide, but whether or not that was evaluated, in the New England cottontail. Did the Conservation Commission even ask about those? I regularly have, again, turtles in my yard. They migrate from the pond down below up through the wetlands, those drainage swales, up into my backyard and onto the property that's going to be developed. Have they evaluated whether or not any of those are endangered species? I don't know whether I'd request the board look at that and, remand them back to the Conservation Commission for more thorough evaluation, because same thing with the New England cottontail. I have rabbits. I can show you pictures. My wife hates them because they eat all of our plants. But whether or not those surveys have been done of whether or not there are any endangered species on that property, because there are wetlands, as Sylvia mentioned earlier. There are quite a bit of wetlands on that property, which would, lend to the turtles. And again, I can vouch for them. I can show you pictures right now that they're there. Whether they're not the endangered ones, I have no idea. So I'd ask that the board remand it back to the Conservation Commission for further review of any endangered species and do surveys on the property. We talked about water supply well impact. Well-known bedrock in this area. We have ledge outcrop everywhere. I don't know if the applicant has done any test bores or anything on the property to determine where the ledge is, to see where it's going to be impacted by the houses they're proposing to put in there. If they're going to have to do blasting, I can tell you, my neighbor on 5 Carousel, so the one to the right, Brian Daniels, who actually, ironically, is affiliated with the applicant. He put in a pool 2 years ago, and he had to have an excavator there for 5 days with a hammer hitting ledge. So what is the impact going to be, or I request of the board, what are they going to do high probability they're gonna hit ledge, either putting in the roadway as they are, or putting in the foundations. So to protect my well, of whether or not they're gonna be blasting or what they're gonna be doing, I request that they do actual well survey and then have a monitoring plan associated with that, if they are going to have to do any type of blasting or anything like that. I've been there 11 and a half years. I've had zero problems. I have an irrigation system. It doesn't dry my well. When we've had the worst droughts, I never run out of water. The quality's really good. I don't want to have problems. So I request the board add that into either doing test borings to identify where the bedrock is in the area and if they are going to have to do any type of blasting or hammering. And lastly is the permits. You guys have already submitted the wetlands permit? Okay. Alteration of terrain?
Not required.
Why? Not impacting, you're
Gotta
impacting
attack-
100,000 square feet.
I hate doing it to you because I like a relaxed environment, but please talk to me, not him.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I was just wondering on where there's been. And again, lastly, and then again, I've said my piece. The stormwater on the property and how the management of the stormwater. You look at a large wetland going through one pipe that the homeowners are gonna now manage. I guess I have concern with that. I'm directly downstream from that. And right now, it's all directed down the other direction, and it's gonna go across. So, I just have a concern with stormwater management from the construction phase right through final development and as-built, that I'm not getting runoff onto my property. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Not a problem. Real quick.
I have a question for him.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, sir.
Yep.
Sorry. Two quick questions for you. One, when your neighbor was tinking out ledge for 5 days or
Yep.
whatever it was your well affected by that?
Nope,
Didn't get better or worse?
nope,
Stayed the same?
wasn't impacted.
And do you currently have a treatment system on your well?
I don't.
Have you been tested for
Yep,
arsenic?
Saint-Gobain's
PFAS?
been there. I'm right on the verge. I'm just under it, and they won't do anything unless you're over it.
Got it. Thank you.
And I'm just below it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, Mr. Trotter. Obviously, any applicable permitting, they'll have to complete prior to plan signature, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna stop there for a second, let the board go, and then I'll go. Any other people? Yeah, oh yeah, we're still in public comment. Anybody else like to speak on public comment? Good evening.
No, we got to
This
11.
isn't early.
It's 11. Stay around. It's a lot of fun.
My name is Ann James. I live at 16 Wiley Hill. I've been there since 2001. I appreciate all your hard work. I can see it's all laid out there. I have a few concerns, and I'll just let you know what they are, and you can address. You've already addressed several of them. I sent a petition around. I had people sign. I have a petition here of residents who are against the build, including myself. My first concern was the wetland. You already talked about that. Fire access,
Excuse me,
Mrs.
ma'am.
James.
You have to
Yeah.
talk to the chair.
Oh,
ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
The fire access, I know it's a cul-de-sac. Is that gonna be enough room for a fire? Okay. Ledge is also another issue. I know our property, in the back of it, it just breaks off. It goes down. And I know that's all ledge. I'm very concerned about blasting. I know my neighbors are, and most of the people that abut this. A lot of people have well issues. Their wells are not very deep. They're concerned about that. My house in particular, Saint-Gobain put in the system on my home because we were affected. They own us. They own the system. They come in every 3 months. They change it. Anything has to be done. They come and they deal with it. So we have a whole system. So we are contaminated. And my well is 250 feet deep. Residents around me are only about 80. So I guess I'm I'm pretty lucky. They're very concerned. Obviously, traffic on Wiley Hill is a big issue. If you look out my front door, you see a speedway. And I challenge anybody to pull out of a driveway from Carousel up to the corner of Wiley Hill down to Bunker Hill, which is where this is going to come out. It's dangerous, it's treacherous, it gets worse every single day because of the building in town. This is a small build compared to what's going on in town. This is right behind me, or will be. All of the building in town is not in my face, but it affects me phenomenally as far as traffic goes. I could stand on my street. When I first moved there, I wouldn't see a car. I get progress, it's private property, all of that. But there has to be some concern for the people that live on that street, and we're afraid to go to our mailboxes. It's getting worse by the day. And I'm not quite sure why we need to have every open space in town built upon. I get it, we need all of this. I don't know if we do, no. I don't know if we do. I'm not sure. Yorktown Road, I know it's a paper street. Are there gonna be any building? Up by my house, there is no, it's not paved. I would like it to stay that way. It seems like it should be, I should be okay as far as that goes. Open space for all of us is, for me right now, I look out my front door, I see a speedway. I'll be looking out my back door and I'll be looking in somebody's kitchen window, so my private space is gone. I came to this town, I had no kids in school, I knew the taxes were all about the school system. We didn't care. It was a great place to come to buy a home. I'm from Massachusetts, I admit it. We came here for a reason. That reason is gone. It's very sad for me to say that. I love this town. I love the people in this town. The open space is being gobbled up. So that 2013 master steering plan, where the rural integrity of town, I feel like it's waning, and it's very sad for me. So I have a lot of issues here, a lot of concerns. Blasting scares us, because that's all ledge. We were all told when we bought our houses from different real estate agents that that's non-buildable property back there. Somebody was misinformed, and we didn't all have the same real estate agents, and we didn't all come here at the same time. So those are my concerns. Help me out. Because I, at this point, feel like the residents who have been in town for a long time don't have any rights here. And we should have. We should have. Nobody's hearing us. And the traffic being number one, it's very scary. Very scary. And there's still a lot of building going on in town. And that's going to affect up. It's not in my face, but it's going to be on my street. This is all pretty scary for me. So, anyway, that's it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Question for her,
Appreciate
please.
you guys very much.
Mr. Chair, question for her, please.
Mrs. James.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good
Hi.
evening. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Come on.
I hear everything you're saying.
I know you do.
I completely hear
I
everything
know
you're
you do.
saying. And this is we hear it often.
I know.
And there's plenty of things that if I could say no to, I would.
I know.
But unfortunately, landowners have rights, and we
They
have
do.
to
It's
we
private
have to
property.
abide by those rights as well.
Mhm.
So what we have to make sure of is that what they are doing does follow what the current regulations are, what the state regulations are and all
Right.
that. We need to make sure they can follow that, because we can't necessarily tell somebody no,
You can't.
because we don't like it, you know? I think the whole board, I'm not gonna speak for the whole board, I'm gonna speak for myself. I agree with you, there's traffic issues in town. There is, a lot of stuff that we really need to look at.
Yes.
But, and I know it feels like all this land is going away. I want to, when I hear that, it minimizes some of the stuff the town has done. We have more conservation land in the town of Londonderry than probably any of our surrounding communities by a long shot. You know, when these pieces and parcels of land were getting purchased, to help preserve that, you know, community feel in Londonderry and that open space feel in Londonderry. I want to say that, you know, it's something like, would we reduce our full build out by 10,000 homes or something? 10,000 people? What was it? What was the number on?
I think it was something where it was like 42, we put it down to 32.
Correct. So our full build out at the time of that master plan was 42,000 people. With what the Conservation Commission has done, with the monies that have been spent, a lot of that is taxpayer money that people said, yeah, we want you to do this.
Yep.
We were able to get rid of 10,000 people, you know? So I'm only saying that because I realize stuff is getting built, but I don't want us to forget what has happened and the good that has happened in the land that the town has been able to purchase, you know? You hear the common misconception all the time, oh, Max Apples is gonna turn into, no, it's not. The town owns the development rights to it. It needs to stay a farm.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a good thing.
I wish we could do that with every single piece of land, but at the end of the day, we don't have the money, you know? But I just want to emphasize that we hear you. We know there are some issues in town. You know, we are working on updating our master plan right now because the board has agreed, hey, you know, we got to look at some of this stuff.
Yeah.
With that, Mr. D, I think you had something.
Thank you. I have a question concerning for you, and I appreciate your comments, and I've been here 46 years, also from Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So.
Who's my elementary school teacher?
Yeah. Jake's only 22. He hasn't been here that long.
Newbie.
32, Mr. D.
Oh,
Come on.
So yes, I've seen a lot. I've witnessed a lot. I have basically the same issues that you have as well. But the fact is that as a land use board, we have to follow the RSAs of the state. We have to follow the rules and policies of the town, which one person's opinion are a little bit behind, which is why I wanted to be on this board to try and help us catch up with reality on some of our rules, regulations, and whatever, and that's starting to happen. But we have it's a balancing act,
Yeah.
right? I would like to also address the non-buildable land part. First of all, as a retired realtor, realtors aren't supposed to say anything about that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So,
well, they do.
And I know they do, because I've
They do.
personally heard them do that. However, in their defense, I will tell you that land that we used to consider non-buildable was considered non-buildable for financial reasons. Not that you couldn't build something on it.
It would just cost too much money to build.
It would just cost too much money to build on it, and someone who was gonna build a house couldn't sell it for what it cost them to build it. And that was considered, back in the day, non-buildable land, okay? Now with modern technology and you know, everything used to have to be blown up, now they have machines that can tink out the.
Because
you know,
we were told it was all
so-
conservation land.
Yeah, well, that's.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
No, I know,
got nothing
I
on
know.
that. But my major question to you is being in the decree zone and being serviced by whoever it is who's getting paid by St. Cobain, are you happy with what's happening on your property with them? You said they come every 3 months,
They put
every
in a
quarter.
whole system on my home.
Yeah.
A full system. We have
Yeah.
three tanks. And they come in every 3 months
Yeah.
and they change the filters.
Yeah.
And they contact us because we're on their list, because, like, I don't know, one of you said that, you're right on the cusp of being contaminated, we have several neighbors who are on the verge.
So, but the question is, are you happy with the service you've been
Yeah,
getting?
oh, from San Cobain, yes.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Thank
I've
you.
had breast cancer since, but,
Well, I
so
wanna-
it's,
what we try to do is you try and get people on public record, because
yes,
whether you like it or not.
happy with it, happy with it.
Whether you like it or not, you're on TV right now.
I knew that.
So just to have a matter of public record of what
Happy with
people
it.
are experiencing or
Yes.
not. You know, some people are happy, some
Yes.
people are unhappy, so I just try to ask whenever I can. So
It's a
I
tough
thank you.
call. It's a tough call too, though, because some people are right on the, just slightly, you know, and it's, I think a
Well,
lot more
The state's
people.
gonna lower the number again, so
Ah,
everybody's
okay.
gonna be,
Okay.
but that's a separate,
Yeah, no,
separate
because
day.
we used to have to, they actually delivered water to us.
In the beginning.
Yes, and, which was great, because we didn't drink the water, but now we don't have a problem.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I sit on this board and I see a lot of people coming through with this stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I see the traffic in town, and I also sit on the town council, and I see a lot of people come forward, and a lot of times we try to help those people, and, you know, we put a Band-Aid on the problem, but that Band-Aid isn't enough. The problem keeps continuing. And I literally just had a conversation a couple hours ago about, you know, trying to get to that right solution on how we do this for this town. Part of that is the master plan committee and trying to figure out what people want and how we do this in a way that starts solving this in a long-term capacity, not just the Band-Aids that were going on. And that takes a little bit of time, which is frustrating, but this is something that's first and foremost in my mind. And while I'm sitting here, we have to go and honor property owners. But while I'm sitting on another board, I have to take into account the citizens and get the right things and the right solutions. So you are being heard. Every single person that comes through here is being heard. And I'm grateful to be on this so I can hear it twice. And I can really keep it fresh in my mind. So just, you know, it's going to take a little bit, but there are people thinking about it, and it's not going nowhere.
I have one question. There was a list of amendments or that we're going through. Is there any way we could know what those amendments will be, or waivers? Sorry, waivers.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be discussing that
Yeah,
tonight.
we'll
But
go
I mean,
through.
we could, as the public, will know what
Yeah,
is
you'll know.
forthcoming and all that.
Yeah, we'll be discussing it after we're done with.
Okay. Oh, you'll be here till 11, you mean?
Telling you, 11's early.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sir, how are you?
Hi, my name is Ken Fowler. I live at 14 Wiley Hill Road. My main concern is my well. As it is right now, I'm about 100 feet down. I'm just worried about the water being wiped out from underneath me. Am I going to be responsible for my well if I have to drill down deeper after these houses are built, and if I run out of water?
I think,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
there's
it's-
nothing in our regulations or in the state statutes that can hold a developer responsible for wells that are going dry.
Well, I'm only asking
There's
because
there's almost no way to prove it. That's the problem. Other than cause and effect. I had water yesterday. They drilled a well. I don't have water today.
Well,
and those have been to court and
Really?
they won, so it's not.
And I'm only asking because the gentleman in the red shirt brought it up with the South Street project, as far as water being depleted. So I'm pretty much responsible for it then. Okay. So I would like to see some vegetation in the backyard, because I would be staring at the back of one of these houses. I live at number 14. It's outlined in blue. Correct? There will be a house right behind me, I believe?
Right here.
Okay. Is there any way we could get them to put in some privacy vegetation?
Yeah, it depends on where the cut line is, because if it's in conservation, then when you're planting, you're disturbing, and Creates a whole other.
What if they would have come onto my property with it?
I don't know that we can require a developer to develop on someone else's property.
No.
That's,
Yeah, I think that's stretch. We don't have that authority.
No, we can't force them to go on your land to plant things. We can force them to plant things on their land,
Yeah.
Okay.
developing, but we.
Okay, so what if well, you say conservation land, there's got to be a house right behind me. So they could put it on their property, couldn't they?
Doug, where's if I'm looking at this right, Doug, so he's specifically referencing lot, the one with the long driveway, first one on the right.
Yes.
He's specifically referencing that. If I'm seeing this right, is the cut line for the property right on the property line?
Well, yeah, I mean, we, in our prototypical conceptual, which again, as we talked about, isn't necessarily what's going to be built, we weren't really holding any type of natural buffer there. Unfortunately, this gentleman cut all the way to his rear property line, so there's not really any buffer there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking at. But, so what I'm getting at is the way these plans sit, and I understand location of the house could change, all that, but you are cutting to the boundary line on the southern side of this lot.
We are. I mean, I think the only thing I will just, if it helps this abutter at all, I mean, the house will be sitting significantly lower than his house because his backyard slopes down, and we were, just the way your access into that lot, you won't be sitting higher. You're actually going to be cutting a little bit of the backyard there. So the house.
You're going to be cutting into a hill to make yourself flat.
Correct. So the house will be sitting low. You won't be, dead level with another house.
So I'll see, maybe the second floor up.
Correct. It would be sitting much lower than your
To
existing.
give you an idea, the middle of your pool is 360 feet. This house would be at about 340 feet.
300 what?
40.
So it's 20-foot difference.
Okay.
So you'd be looking at the top of the house.
Probably the roof.
So would they be able to put some vegetation just to at least block it to give us some privacy?
I think that you'll hear a conversation when we get to cut.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public?
Giovanni Verani, 73 Page Road. I'm not the applicant or the purchaser or the developer. But I do want to, I heard a lot about Saint-Gobain, and I wanted to just reference a few things. One is they're going to need to disclose that in any property that they're going to be selling. So the consumer of this property is going to be aware of it. Secondly, you need to do a well test on property, especially with its new construction. Third, I can't speak for the applicant, but there is no developer out there that's going to sell a property without putting some sort of filtration system in, if that is required, if there is no other reasonable option or obligation with the settlement. So I think your concern is valid. I'd have the same concern, but I think it's going to be completely addressed.
And I completely agree with you that it would be completely addressed.
Yeah.
I think, again, back to, I'm not a real estate agent, but, inside of an inspection, if an issue did come back, they would have to address it because it could become an issue with the mortgage, no? Like the mortgage.
Say that again? I didn't quite understand the question.
They might not, say that you get a home inspection, right?
Yeah.
And again, I could be totally wrong. I'm way out of.
Well, they're going to have to do a well test as well.
Correct.
Okay, and then it's going to be new construction, so they'll have building inspector specs it all the way through. They have a final walkthrough, check their spec list, things like that. But what was your question with the?
You kind of answered it. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
So, I mean, it's kind of covered.
I know
in
what
the
you're saying.
It's kind of covered in the
know.
process. Is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
All your concerns are valid.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes you also have to have the conversation in public, so
Yeah.
it's covered.
Yeah, I
so
get
The
it.
public understands it.
And I
Yeah.
think that's what it is we all know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's, the assurance, the public understands.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know if the public is so concerned with, I mean, for their own properties, but I did hear the concern from Lynn, and I think that that's a really, that was a strong one. But hopefully it doesn't have it, but, I don't know. So,
We'll find out.
That's what we all say.
yeah, it's just to say that, it'll get resolved. So, I had some other comments, but I'll keep those to myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, anybody else from the public? Yes, sir.
Good evening.
How are you? Name and
Good.
address,
Doug,
please.
yeah, Doug Fuller, 2 Mont Vernon Drive, resident for 33 years at that residence. My only concern is, and I think it's already been addressed a little bit, but I've been waiting here for so long, I thought I'd just go ahead and share my concern. My well is my main concern with the blasting that could happen or the hard hammering of the machines, only because when they did Chandler behind me years ago, the day after they did their blasting, my well collapsed, and then the builder that would not take responsibility for it cost me a lot of money. So I'm just and it was only 120 feet deep. After I pulled it up and got it out of the mud, I got an 80-foot well now. So if it happens again, it's going to be a lot more expensive. So anyway, I'm just voicing that as a concern for me. At my residence, and also water quality could be affected. I do have that filtration system, by the way. It's going great. They're doing a good job. But losing maybe the volume of water and then the well potentially collapsing again is my main concern.
Thank you.
So,
is there any blasting on the site? Are you anticipating any blasting?
We did have to obviously do test pits
Yeah.
for proving out the lots from a septic loading standpoint.
Yep.
We got some pretty good depth on a lot of the test pits, some with no refusal, some we thought we were maybe getting into some rock. It wasn't like solid like sheet ledge or anything. It was
You could pick it up.
it was something you could get through, but we were down upwards of more than we needed to be, 72 inches, 84 inches in some areas. There were, I think, a couple that we got refusal in like 54 type range. I mean, in my experience in New Hampshire, that's not a bad site. I mean, I can understand. I mean, it's not a sand pit, but it's also, I mean, I've had sites that we've dealt with that have 24 inches everywhere across the whole site. So I think I would assume that blasting would not be necessary for the houses, and that you could hammer little pieces that need to be done where necessary. But there is, and I'm sure the board may or maybe you aren't aware, but if you are blasting,
This is what I was getting.
if you're blasting over 5,000 cubic yards, which is not a huge amount, but enough that it would be a bit of an operation, then you have to do a full monitoring program. You have to sample abutters' wells. You have to do all that, and that's mandated by the state. So we have notations on our plans that require that. The fire department handles that in town, so they would mandate it and make sure it was happening. But I don't envision blasting necessary. Certainly not for the road construction.
That was what I was going to try and get out of you is what the state requirements are. So thanks for
You're welcome.
answering it without me having to ask. Thank you. So there is a degree of protection there if there is blasting.
yeah, I was told last time I was 5 feet beyond what he was legally supposed to take care of, and even though my well had collapsed,
What's the requirement?
The
Probably
monitoring
off the blasting zone, no?
the sampling. I mean, just the fact that you have a monitoring report. If somebody says, "Hey, my well collapsed," I mean, they're going to be able to have that evaluated. It'll have to be evaluated as part of it. But it's usually the sampling and the monitoring is done in basically a radius around the site. So they'll take certain ones to sample to make sure contamination issues aren't a problem. I don't think it has a set number so
Is
to
it a
speak.
radius around the site or a radius around the blasting area?
They typically do it around the site if there's going to be blasting on the property that exceeds those thresholds.
So this monitoring report that I'm hearing about here, I didn't see any of that from the last one because I was 5 feet beyond what he was
Yeah.
supposed to do, I guess. And I offered to use my tape measure to measure it off, but he didn't go for that.
Your tape measure wasn't 5 feet
Yeah.
longer? Come on.
So anyway, just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Anything else from the public?
Just a clarification, though,
Yes,
Doug.
sir.
Yeah, 5,000 yards, yeah, that's part of your AOT permit. That's when that kicks in. And you don't have an AOT permit, so you're saying you're gonna do that monitoring?
Well, no, I'm saying if we were over 5,000 yards, I was under the impression that the state, because that's a separate bureau that triggers the groundwater monitoring on that, isn't it?
Not on AOT. It's AOT. It's part of the AOT permit. We should look at that. So again, my understanding is, again, everything else that I've seen here in town is a condition of your AOT permit. This will not require an AOT permit because it's only 4 lots.
What triggers,
Again,
what triggers an AOT permit size?
100,000 square feet of contiguous disturbance, and they don't do that here. So if he's saying he's gonna do it, we better make it a condition of the permit, or excuse me, the approval.
Well, I guess then to clarify, we would only do it if it met that threshold of the 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you could blast every cellar hole on the property and not hit the 5,000 yards, so it wouldn't be a large blasting operation on this site, if any. And frankly, again.
That's assuming you don't have to blast for the roadway.
Correct, but we just don't have a large cut through that. We're actually filling a good portion of that because of the
slope.
the slopes.
Because you gotta be what, like 40, 50 feet from the highest point to the lowest point on there?
There's a pretty good defined gully there that we're crossing, so we're going above that, and then we're kind of leveling out in grade
Okay.
on the other side.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Board, do we have any additional comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to add a condition to the
Absolutely.
conditions of approval, that subject, that we add some statement to the plan about the fact that it's within the consent decree area, and I would like that to be subject to Londonderry Town Legal Review, and if they say nothing is necessary, then I'm not going to go any further than that, but I would like them to review it, and I have final say, and I'm sure I'll be part of that discussion when we do get that. I'd like to add that as a condition of approval.
Consensus from the board?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Anything else from the board? I'd like to talk a little bit about, we've heard it come up twice tonight, and I can understand it. Being good to your neighbor, buffers, you do have, right now you essentially have two of these house lots are proposed to be cut up to the property line of the property itself. It would be the first one on the right, and then the one that abuts this gentleman's house over here, which is in the northeast corner of this plan. I'd like to see that we put some buffer mitigation there, be it a arborvitae row, something like that, I think is fair and reasonable for the applicant. And, part of being a good neighbor to the people that are around you, I would like to see, and I guess I want to clarify it, if the house ends up, the house is gonna end up where it is. I'd like to see a buffer there where you're cutting to the property line. I'd like to see a row of some sort of evergreen to be installed in both those locations.
So we're officially talking about lot 9 here.
Yep.
And
Go to page 7.
lot 11.
That one right there. All right, so you can see on those two, you can see the tree cut line. understand what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, yeah, it's
So,
along this,
where it's right up to the property line. Once it starts to go off the property line, there's a buffer there, but where it's up to the property line, I'd like to see a row of evergreens for those two proposed lots.
And spacing?
I mean, if they're a 6 to 7 foot green giant, you figure probably 6 feet on center. Fair? Board?
Yeah, I think that's good.
So we'll do that, evergreen line, 6 feet on center for those two lots in particular that Sylvia has discussed. Anything else from the board?
Mr. Chair, could I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is it possible just to, however that's worded, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the request, but, I mean, obviously, like you said, depending on where these houses sit, and, I mean, for example, that house, the one that is on your screen right now, that one where the gentleman that has the pool in the backyard, I mean, we pushed those houses back up on the hill, kind of as far as we thought they possibly would go, because again, we were trying to get driveway lengths accurate, or at least conservatively accurate. I mean, I think it's entirely possible that a developer of that lot would want to maybe pull that closer so that they're not directly in the backyard. Could there be some type of provision that,
Yeah, that's
like-
what I was trying to get at when I was
like, I'm just thinking, like, because, I mean, that's an open-ended item. It could be like 25 trees on one lot, or it could be 6. I mean, it could be a big difference depending on where the house was situated to provide that buffering.
One way to do it could be that you're buffering the new house against the existing house. So instead of making it the entire property line, which all you're trying to do is make it so people have some privacy. So if the houses are, is that parallel to each other? Back to back to each other? The length of the house. The house is 141 feet or whatever it is, depending on if it's an attached garage and a family room on it. So just that space, I think, would do what you're trying to do without getting crazy. Does that make sense?
Yes, but no. I think that, I guess to better clarify it, so in this example, right, you're essentially cutting up to the property line. In that section. So that section from where Sylvia's mouse is to the right is where I would expect there to be some mitigation with evergreen trees. Now, the house moves around, you put it somewhere else, it gets smaller. The size of whatever that section is up against the property line. And I guess, to me, should clarify a little bit more. I'm saying this because you're cutting up against the property line. If that cut line changed to be 30 feet away from the property line, the issue wouldn't be there as much. So
Right.
what I'm trying to get at is this is a proposed location. If the as-built location of the house, say, is here, and the cut line stops right here, well, then that's an appropriate buffer from your property line to where the cut line is, whereas that isn't an appropriate buffer. So do we use
But what are you buffering? If you buffer the 40-foot gable end of the house, then you've done what you're trying to accomplish, instead of doing 1,000 feet.
I think what you
Plus,
can.
is that the lot? I thought it was down the bottom ones.
We're talking about
There's
two.
two of them.
Oh, there's two. Okay,
It's
sorry.
because they both are showing a cut
Cut line, I get that.
right along the entire length there.
Well, I mean, can you scroll back up, Sylvia? To that is Mr. D, to your point, is like, okay, well, bring your cut line. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bring your cut line.
Well, he's also got his
You know
septic
what I'm
going
saying?
in
And
there.
then that's where you're trying to go, but reduce the cut line as much as you can to help your neighbors out here. And, if this cut line was reduced to that, then yeah, you just do it right there,
And then buffer that house against the existing.
Yeah.
if we were to say that we were gonna hold that 15-foot setback along the building setback, and have that not be cut, would that accomplish something?
I don't think we would. Yes, there's still a buffer there, but we all know what a buffer looks like. A 15-foot buffer looks like with trees in it.
Guess it depends on what they
Have
are.
a canopy that's 75 feet up, not.
Could be,
you know what I
yeah.
mean? So, I think it's still reasonable to
If you, yeah, and if
reduce
you,
your cut line to the,
if you leave,
to the property line as much as you can and where it's on the property line.
if you leave trees too close to the house, when the new owner moves into the house, they're gonna cut them down.
So could we, I mean, I guess all I'm looking for is for a party to have discretion once the as-built is in place as to what the limit is. So could that be the building inspector, or, I'm just saying, is there someone that we can say, because we could have a planting plan that says, hey, based on where we put this house, we think this is reasonable. I mean, would you entrust that to some staff?
I'd entrust that to John Trotter, because he understands the intention that we're trying to.
I understand the intention. There's many a times that the intention is not shared.
Well, I think the intention's being shared now, I guess.
I mean, what we're hearing is the request of an evergreen buffer, which I would not, say what it had to be, because, you know, arborvitae get eaten by deer, and, but an evergreen buffer.
I think there needs to be a little
that's
clarification.
That's
there.
deer resistant, and that is, screening any structure from the neighboring property.
I do think there needs to be a little clarification there, because an evergreen buffer could constitute white pines are technically an evergreen, right? A fully matured white pine is 120 feet tall with 100 foot of stick and 20 feet of greenery.
I think
And deer resistant is the most untrue thing I've ever heard. If something's hungry, it's gonna eat, and it's gonna eat whatever is around it.
I think the applicant's heard what the board's concerns are. I think we
Yeah.
ought to just let him continue it and let him come back with a plan.
I don't know that there needs a continuance over it.
No.
No, keep hashing it out.
Can we condition it to, staff understands what our expectation is, it's on staff to make sure that expectation is met.
I would suppose that if,
What staff is saying is they understand what we want,
Yeah,
but the developer, then that puts the staff in a position where they don't have a lot of teeth to work with, other than, I'm not giving you a CO unless you plant 20 more trees. But then they don't have real teeth to do that, and it puts them in a difficult situation.
Yeah, I'd
I
like
think we
to
need
see
to
it.
delineate it, differentiate it, say what it is, you know, more than staff understands.
so
what we
can we
want.
simply clearly define it as, in these two lots, if there's an area that's cut within 50 feet of the property line, whatever that area is, needs to have evergreens put in it? Or 30 feet. 50 feet's kinda long.
I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to buffer an existing house
Mhm.
from new construction, from a new building,
Mhm.
right? And so say that, because that's what you're trying to do.
I mean, I think we could probably make it very simple if we just said 15 trees, that's 90 feet long, at 6-foot spacing. I mean, I think if we just quantified that, I think that would be reasonable, and we would center that 90-foot on whatever the
center of
house,
the
yeah, the
structure.
center of the structure would be covered. So that way, it's not putting Mr. Trotter in saying he thinks we should do 16, I thought 10. We just come to a number.
I like that.
It's called 100 feet.
Okay,
Good even number.
and
100 feet.
Thank you.
15 feet, I mean, evergreen trees, typically, you're gonna do a height.
Yeah, so you're gonna wanna start with a 6 to 7 foot evergreen, right?
That would be good.
So 100 feet of 6 to 7 foot evergreens.
We would use the green giants, I'm sure. I mean, they are deer resistant.
Yeah, they
I mean, I know that.
It's all,
I just wouldn't use the same species. If it's one, that's why I'd rather have
so
a plan.
let's go
If
6 to
one
7.
dies,
let's
they're
go
all
6
dead.
to 7 foot green giant arborvitaes.
Yep.
But not all the same.
100% all the same.
Oh my word. Why?
It'll look like a wall of green.
If one of those gets sick, they're all dead. I'm just saying.
That's pretty morbid.
Any other species?
I mean,
You know why? I'll tell you why. Because a 6 to 7 foot green giant's going to top out at 20 feet. You decide to put a Norway spruce in there, it's going to top out at 60 feet. You want to put a Serbian spruce in there, it's going to top out at 43 feet. So now you're going to have 17 different heights and trees and all that good jazz.
Which looks
By the time that happens, we're all dead, so.
Yeah, exactly.
all right.
I mean, as far as a buffer goes, that's very typical to do a green giant
Yep.
I'll just leave it to that.
wall.
So we're at 100 foot, 6 to 7 feet,
Green giants.
green giants.
Yep.
To
With a
buffer,
minimum-
buffer the existing property from the new building on whatever the 2 lots are.
Correct.
Those 2 lots, yeah.
Number 9 and number
Okay, done. Next item.
Perfect.
9 and 11.
No, it wasn't. All right.
not even
Anybody
11
else? Any questions from the board before we start moving on here? All right. We have a conditional use permit. Mr. Rugg, my motion-making machine. Please.
Should we take the one by one?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, we have 3.08.G.2 to allow pipe velocity of less than 12 feet per second.
You're ahead of yourself. I'm sorry. CUP. Yep.
Oh,
CUP.
okay, wrong page here.
There you go.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we grant approval of the conditional use permit for approximately 4,410 square feet of wetland impact and 37,452 square feet of buffer impacts within the Conservation Overlay District to permit access to this site.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second from Mr. Wiles. All in favor, starting with Ann. Roll call vote.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jake Butler, aye.
Jeff Penta, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
The conditional use permit has been granted. All right, we have some waivers to get through here. Mr. Trottier, could you walk us through these waivers, sir?
Yeah, one thing I don't see, I don't think that Mike had put the criteria to follow. So I'll let you
No, we
guys
don't
fumble.
have that, no.
Oh, you're talking, yeah. That's fine. That's fine. But can you just walk us through what each waiver is real quick, please?
Yep. Applicant's proposing a roadway extension design that will create a roadway length of approximately 1,650 feet that exceeds a maximum length of 1,200 feet per section 3.09R, table 1 of the subdivision regs. The applicant has submitted a written waiver request to this requirement for planning board consideration. You wanna go one by one, Jake, or
Yeah, please.
here's your first one?
Any staff recommendation on that? And also any input from the fire department?
Just read them out one by one,
Yeah.
please.
Applicant's roadway width design indicates a typical roadway cross-section of 24 feet wide, 24-foot wide curved roadway, which does not comply with Exhibit D5, requiring 28 feet of curved roadway. As noted previously, the applicant's asking a waiver. Applicant's revised pipe summary table in the project stormwater calculations indicates 2 pipe locations within the proposed stormwater system with a velocity less than 2 feet per second. Applicant's requesting a waiver. The submitted existing conditions plan, height, intensity soil plan, and topographic survey plans are at a scale of 1 inch equals 60 feet. Does not comply with section 4.01C of the regs. That being a maximum scale of 1 inch equals 40 feet. Applicant's requesting a waiver. Item 5, the applicant's revised roadway culvert design indicates proposed embankment slopes of the culvert location at Station 2+64 are indicated as riprap 2-to-1 slopes or steeper, and then the 4-to-1 per section 3.09K of the regs. The applicant's requesting a waiver to that requirement. Those are the 5 waivers.
Thank you. All right, board, do we want to address these waivers one by one, or do we want to do them together?
Individually.
Individually? Okay, I hear individually. I'll leave it up to Mr. Rugg or Mr. Wiles to make some motions.
I don't know if I got the right page here.
He was reading off the, design review. This is the summarized version of what he was reading
Yeah,
off.
they're in a different order.
Page
Yeah.
3,
Yeah,
it's,
the order is different, so.
yeah.
I'll go to subdivision regulation 3.08.G.2 to allow a pipe velocity of less than 2 feet per second.
I have a motion from Mr. Rugg. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mr.
I have
Chair.
a second, by roll call vote, starting with Ann, please. Ann,
Ann Champa, aye.
thank you.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pent, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. This waiver has been accepted. Mr. Rugg,
Okay, I'll move that we accept this subdivision regulation 4.01.C to allow a scale of 1 to 40 feet for existing conditions. Yes, subdivision plan, topographic hill plan, pre-development and post-development drainage plan.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
motion and a second by roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pent, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. Waiver has been accepted.
Okay, I'll move, we'll waive subdivision regulations, section 3.09.K to allow for 2 height to 1 vertical at wetland crossings where 4 height to 1 vertical is required.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion and a second, starting with a roll call vote with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pent, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. The waiver's been accepted.
Mr. Chair, I will move that subdivision regulation 3.09.R and table 1 to waive to allow for a cul-de-sac greater than 1,200 feet where 1,650 feet is proposed.
Stop there, because that's the
Okay,
last
yeah,
one.
the and goes to the next line.
Motion, do I have a
I'll
second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pent, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. Last but not least,
Chair, I'll move that we waive subdivision regulation 3.09.R and table 1 to allow for a 20-foot roadway width where 28 foot width is
for
required.
clarification, that was a 24-foot roadway width, not a 20-foot.
And I will second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a second. Roll call vote, starting with Ann, please.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pent, aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. The waiver has been accepted. All right. We are on to an approval here. Looking for a motion, Mr. Rugg or Mr. Wiles?
Okay.
Page 6. One more.
I'm just
How many
curious
pages here?
where the board landed on the testing of the wells.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put it in as a condition to this approval.
So we need
Yeah, I think
to,
because
yeah,
add-
those would be added at the testing of the wells, and the
The language,
landscaping language that we discussed would be added to the end of this.
And Lynn's request for
Correct.
town council to,
review of wording to be added, signifying that the property is within the St. Cobain consent decree.
yeah, okay,
To that effect.
thank you.
There's three we'll be adding on. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant conditional approval of an application for formal review of a subdivision at tax map 5, lot 28, Mount Vernon Drive extension 8 Wiley Hill Road, Londonderry, New Hampshire. Applicant is Belize Real Estate Holding LLC. Owner is Belize Real Estate Holding LLC, in accordance with plans prepared by the Dubay Group dated October 11th, 2024, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature and general and subsequent conditions of approval be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated November 2nd, 2024. And we have 3 conditions to add on to that.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion, I have a second. For clarification, the 3 conditions would be as discussed at the meeting tonight, which this
Consent
Sylvia
decree,
has got.
Water testing.
water testing, and the vegetative buffer.
Can we just be clear how this water testing will be triggered? Is that triggered by blasting? Is that outright? What's the trigger?
It's the new construction,
Yeah.
new homes that
Yeah.
are gonna be tested,
Correct, it's the homes themselves.
not neighboring homes.
No,
The
the
blasting,
wells.
Any blasting for wells would be controlled through,
Fire
The
department?
whole
No.
regulation.
Oh, the regulation.
controlled through the RSA.
Yeah, and also this town regulations on blasting.
Okay, I was
Mr. D, you
confused.
look like you got something.
No, I said what I wanted to say. I'm good, thank you.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Roll call vote, starting with Ann.
Ann Champa, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pence, aye.
Jason Knights, aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. The application has been granted.
If there was any
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, excuse me.
Conditionally
The
approved.
application's been conditionally approved.
neighboring
Thank you.
wells within X amount of
All right.
mile,
So you need to make sure it's clear, because.
All right, we have a
Tooth and nail for anything.
public hearing on a waiver request from a site plan regulation 6.01 assurance for completion and maintenance of improvements for conditionally approved 12,000 square foot medical building and 3,000 square foot bank and associated site improvements in the MUC zoning district, conservation overlay district, 175 Rockingham Road, tax map 15, lot 60-2. Gene Gagnon is the owner, and Bill Griner is the applicant. Gentlemen, good evening. Give me 1 second here. Yep. All right. So, for a little background here, the application was conditionally approved January 10th of 2024. Plans have not been signed primarily because the DOT driveway permit controlling access on New Hampshire Route 28 has not been issued. NHDOT's review of the traffic report has triggered a requirement for geometric improvements to the intersection of New Hampshire Route 28 and Vista Ridge Drive. It should be noted, the traffic analysis for this project includes an allocation for a large residential project not associated with this project, which may or may not be going forward. Regardless, the residential project is not imminent, and the land having been sold recently to Dartmouth Hitchcock Clinic. All right, gentlemen, what do we have tonight?
Should I start off? Sure. Thank you. Bill Griner, 12 Aspen Lane, in Bedford. I'm the applicant. So, as this process was going forward with Gene and his residential development and us with our medical office development, Dartmouth Hitchcock had approached Gene to purchase both the lots. They actually approached us many times to try to buy our lot as we were in approval, and just something we weren't going to sell. And they stated to us their intention was to build a hospital behind us. And, I don't know whether it's zoned or not zoned. That's really none of my concern, but that was their intention. They wanted to control that whole, the whole area, our parcel, which was being subdivided, as well as Gene's. But they, respected where we were, let us finish with our approval, and once Gene got his approval, they turned around and closed on that purchase. And they have no intention to do anything now. I think they were going to just perfect whatever was outstanding for the residential, so that someday if they don't get approval for their hospital, or they change their mind at some point down the road, at least they have an approved subdivision that they could sell to somebody else. But obviously they spent, 8 figures for a reason that has nothing to do with residential. Given the fact that they are working on a much bigger plan that has nothing to do with residential, we're going back and forth. Should we come in and try to modify the NHDOT permit? I've had 3 conversations with the DOT commissioner himself. Completely understands our concerns for potentially making some road improvements, which could be meaningless if in fact a major project happens behind us that would dwarf whatever traffic impact a residential development would be. I mean, a hospital would generate massive traffic. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but it would render everything that we would spend and everything we would do meaningless, and they'd be back to the drawing board. We obviously aren't going to wait for them to figure out what they're going to do. My understanding is from talking to their engineers, who are the same engineers that Gene used, they're at least 18 to 24 months away from getting in front of this board initially. And we obviously want to get going soon. And so rather than dealing with the NHDOT permit, starting the project, going back to them, doing another study, which DOT is very open to simply capture the traffic that's going to occur on our site, and then we do whatever improvements may or may not be required by that new traffic study, that's a better outcome than having DOT go through this process of the initial DOT permit. We come right back in and amend a permit, and then everybody's doing the same work a second time. It's more work for the town, it's more work for DOT, it's more money for all of us. Versus us, if we get this waiver approved, we immediately work with John and DOT, set up a scoping meeting with Jason Flord from VHB, redo a traffic study that's pertinent to our site only, and then whatever those requirements are, those requirements are. I will say, a couple more things. If the traffic study says that we have a minimal impact enough to do no work, no turning lane, we understand that there might be a need, and there would be a need for that work and more to be done with a project with Dartmouth or anybody else behind us. And as part of the DOT permit process, we would commit to John and the town and the state that should more right-of-way be needed down the road, we will make that available. So we're not going to hold up the people behind us or hold them hostage or hold the town hostage or the state for some future need for easements or right-of-way that has anything to do with Vista Ridge Drive, approaches, widening, anything that might be needed, we are willing to offer up. We don't know what that would be, but we would be willing to have some sort of blanket understanding or agreement that whatever is needed based on some future traffic study for whatever happens behind us and on the other side of Vista Ridge, we will make it available. We're not looking to grab money. We want to be able to move forward with what we know today and not build something that could be a waste of money and obsolete in 2 years. But at the same time, we don't want to hamstring this town or Dartmouth or whoever might own it by not making available land. So we want to try to continue to be a good neighbor, but move forward with whatever impacts we would generate, not some future use that we don't even know what that impact's going to be. In addition, there are some letters of credit and good faith that we've already provided the town. So I think there was an estimate worked up with you and John as to what the scope would be if we just proceeded with what we had now, and it's roughly $50,000 worth of improvements. We put forward a letter of credit for twice that amount. So whether you approve this motion, waiver, or you don't, whatever the traffic news study would show, if you do approve the waiver, we've put a letter of credit forward, which would cover all those off-site improvements. That's today. We've also put a letter of credit with the town for a restoration bond and the monument. So I think we've stepped forward and financially and try to show good faith with the town of Londonderry that we're not trying to not pay for things. In fact, the town is sitting on those letter credits as of 2 weeks ago. So we're simply asking for a waiver so we can get going in the project. And if you grant the waiver, as I say, immediately we're going to work with John and with DOT to scope what we should be doing, given our use and what we know today, and then we'll go forward.
We'll start with the staff. John?
So again, just to remind the board, of traffic and how we deal with traffic. Again, we have a scoping meeting, what is being planned out there. The traffic studies are put together to represent what is being done out there. Bill's project was incorporated in that traffic impact analysis study. That's what came about. When it was submitted to DOT, they came up with, okay, this is what's gonna be required, a widening of the road with some tapers, and I just forewarned the board, I don't think we should be, in the past, that's what we followed. That's the course that we took, and that's why we require it. This is the first time I hear, Bill, of re-sitting down now with DOT to come up with a new plan. So
I had that conversation with Bill Cass initially on June 27th.
Yeah.
He immediately talked to Rich Radwanski. I've had 2 subsequent conversations, and the feeling was, look, if they've essentially, the developers sold off that project to a hospital system that doesn't build houses, and they're going to come forward with some other plan, which is what Dartmouth, as Hitchcock has told me on many occasions, then whatever that traffic study showed, a combination of Gene's proposed use and our use would be irrelevant. I mean, if they do nothing, then it's just simply our use. If they come forward in 2 years and it's a hospital, the traffic study that we did and the DOT would have signed off on is completely irrelevant. They're going to have to come back with a new traffic study, which is going to encompass, I would suspect, much more than the tapers that we're talking about, the turning lane, and even, I think there's also some signal modifications that are part of that as well. So when we say that the 50 grand encompasses the tapers that John mentions, encompasses the turning lane and some modifications that have to be made to the signal based on additional traffic counts. If you backed out all of that residential, it would seem that there'd be a lot less trips. I can't tell you that today. I don't think John can tell you that today. And so we would re-engage the traffic engineer and say, okay, here's what we do know today. We have a bank that's going to go on that site. We have a medical office building. That's behind us. Who knows what's going to happen? And when they come forward, of course, the board's going to require a traffic study. And whatever they have to do, they're going to have to do. And as I said, we would not hold that up or hamstring anybody. If more land was needed for any improvements that they might need, we will give that land at no cost to the town, to the developer, to make sure that stuff gets done. We know that we are going to generate X amount of traffic, and that can be quantified when we do a traffic study. And so DOT is aware that we're coming into this meeting. The commissioner is. I suspect that he's talked to the folks that report to him, but our intention is that if you grant the waiver, we will engage with John right away and DOT. They'll tell us what the scoping needs to be. Jason will do a new traffic study, which we will live with, whatever that traffic. And again, if it's exactly what we're required to do today, so be it. If it's not, and I suspect it's not, then we'll do something less than that. But again, based on what the traffic study tells us and what John and DOT agree on. I mean, it's not my decision. It would be in collaboration.
Right. Again, though, Bill, my point being, though, is this is the first that I hear that we're going to re-engage Jason and go to DOT.
Okay, well,
It makes total sense.
Yep, that's exactly what we're planning on doing.
Yeah.
And if that
But
wasn't conveyed to you,
that wasn't conveyed to me whatsoever.
Okay, that should have been conveyed to you, because that has been our intention the entire time.
Yeah. Well, it was
Because we
not
need him to
conveyed
tell
me.
us what has to be done, not him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So again, my point being, I'd hesitate I'd tap the brakes on granting waivers without knowing what's really gonna come about.
Does that make you more comfortable, John, hearing what I just told you?
I think if it was advanced a little further, and then we came for the waiver request, then at least we'd all be on the same page with a better clarification, a better direction.
But here's, and I guess so.
I'm not gonna debate it, Mr. Chairman.
So here's where we're coming with that, is if we didn't get the waiver, then we have no choice but to go with everything that has been laid out in the traffic study before. I think that's overkill, but that again, if you say no on the waiver, that's the way it is. There would have been no point for me to engage Jason. And when Jason and I talked about it, he said, if I do a traffic study and I give you this data and they don't give you the waiver, you're still waiting. So all we're trying to do with the waiver is that we can start getting site work done before the ground doesn't let us do that. And as I've committed, we would immediately engage and get this stuff done. We did not hire Jason. We were trying to get in front of the board, and obviously you can't just get in front of the board without notice and time.
Well, let me go through this a little bit.
Okay.
You've had a traffic study done. A traffic study has given you what your mitigation needs are for your project, correct?
Our project as well as,
Yes.
yes,
The-
a larger
The
project.
traffic study was in conjunction with the 120, 130, 170, however many units it was on Vista East and West.
Yep.
There was a traffic study that was done together, and it was decided that these mitigation measures needed to be met to fulfill the traffic study, correct? Since then, since that traffic study was done, was completed, the use has changed on not your property, but the other property. A use that sounds, again, we're all making a little bit of an assumption here, but would generate significantly more traffic than what is proposed inside of the residential development that your traffic study was based off of. So, out of that traffic study, what was decided that your mitigation needs were for traffic?
We needed to lengthen the queuing within the right-hand turn lane to 100 feet and provide as much of a taper as we can, as well as contribute $16,800 to DOT to be able to improve the signal, the signal changes.
With a commercial use, call it, that would be coming in, there's a possibility that you would have to go from tapering to 100 feet to this could realistically end up turning into needing an extra lane based off of what the traffic use would be.
Yeah, it's kind of theoretical at this point, but you can assume that it would be you can reasonably assume that it would be more than what we'd be required now. It could be upwards to where they need to take the entirety of our frontage to extend a turn lane, the full length of our frontage on Vista Ridge and into their property that provide appropriate queuing, or multiple lanes. So,
did you ever perform a study that was based off just your facility and what the needs would be for that intersection?
no, we did not, because at the time when traffic came up, it was we were actually sitting in the same planning board meetings with that other
Correct.
project.
And it was asked that they were done together, correct?
Yes, and it was reasonable for them to be done together at that time.
I did ask Jason this question, later in the summer, that, if we go through this process and you redo a traffic study, are we gonna come and find that we're basically in the same position we are today? And his feeling was, he said, look, I have to do the study. Obviously, I've done your numbers, but I didn't present just your numbers. I presented a traffic study. He feels that there will be little, if any, off-site needed just from our use. But again, we'll know that for fact when he does a study, and again works with John and DOT, and they they have a professional judgment on that, not my judgment. I'm not the professional.
Your other conditions, anything that, the condition that hasn't been met is through the state of New Hampshire, correct? The New Hampshire DOT is what you're waiting for in order to get a signed permit, correct?
Correct. Like as I mentioned, we've given 3 letters of credit, 2 of which are town requirements. The third one is the DOT, and in the estimation for the taper, the 16,000, what Sam has outlined is 50. We've posted a letter of credit for twice that to show that if that's the number, we're going to do it, and the town has twice the amount of money tied up to make sure we do that. We will do whatever we need to do. We're just not sure that we have to do much of anything if it's just our use.
Have you met the conditions the town has put on this plan? Have they been met?
Yes, the one item that needs to be done, which will be concurrently with the submittal of this, is relocating of the drainage easement that was established through the subdivision of the Gagnon properties, which John and I spoke about that the other day. So we have a draft easement put together with draft easement descriptions. We just need to an attorney needs to add the language giving the towns the same flowage rights that were granted with the original easement.
So this is different, number one. This is different. I don't think we've seen a request like this before.
This is a first.
But if I'm understanding it correctly, the risk of this is on you, not so much on the tenant. If I'm understanding it correctly, you want to start site work, which I get. We're coming into winter, right? Ground's getting froze, winter conditions, all that. I get it. You probably have some tenants that are looking for a home that needs to be built for them to continue their business in town. I understand the urgency on that and what you're looking for. My question is, what is the town's liability, if any, here? To me, it seems like there isn't. You know, you're gonna start building this without your approved, you know, whatever DOT is saying you need to do. They could come back and say you need to do something that's theoretically, they're not going to. They could theoretically come back and say you need to do 3 times the amount of work than what you're currently proposing, and you're willing to take that risk and start your project without having that answer.
And again, I've got, having had 3 conversations with the commissioner, obviously, ultimately the buck stops there. He's not going to give me anything that the professional engineers don't, you know, he's not gonna sidestep them. So we have to go through a process. If at the end of the day, the process says that you just spend another $6,000 on engineering, a traffic study, and you have to do the same amount of work you did, we will do it. The town has 2 times that amount of money, seeing a letter of credit to make sure that that gets done, and I will have wasted $6,000 of development money. If we're correct, we're gonna spend $6,000 and save several times that, but not hold
Because
the
you're no
project
longer
up.
gonna have to make the improvement.
Yeah, and if we choose to do nothing, we don't get a CO, we have a building that's expensive, that's on us. And the town has 3 letters of credit that it can perfect on to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do. If DOT came back, Jake, and it was 3 times more, then we'd either have to figure that out, or, I mean, again, I can't imagine that being the case either. That's why we picked a number that was twice what the estimate was, because we think that's more than reasonable.
As well as,
I guess I understand where you're coming from, of why make an improvement if we understand that the improvement is not going to be sufficient for what the end use is. That being said, we also don't necessarily know what the end use is. The end use was supposed to be something that it's not. Now it's theoretically becoming something else that none of us have ever heard about. So now we're making an assumption that thing could be still a hole in the ground, and 20 years from now they didn't do anything with it and there's no hospital.
Any signed commitments or anything that you can furnish us? Give us a little more security of what is really going on?
That is, I mean, that's, so.
They don't own the land.
But I've had many conversations with Dartmouth, as I said, you know, they asked us to sell them this property all the way through the process, and we kept that quiet because we didn't feel it was right to tip their hand, Gene's hand, like Gene was coming forward with his plan. It made sense for him to get it fully approved so that he could maximize what he was going to sell to Dartmouth Hitchcock for. We didn't care about that. We cared about, you know, our own project. They have told us they want to build a cancer hospital there. I personally don't believe that's going to be the end case. I think they're going to build a cancer hospital, or they're going to propose that to get around the CON, Certificate of Need, which is, if you've never dealt with medical, you can't just build a hospital. You have to go prove a need for that at the state level. And I think they're going to say, we're really busy and now we want a hospital. They tried to buy CMC twice. You know, they've gone after Elliott. It hasn't happened. They need a hospital in Southern Tier. This is the site, and I own quite a few CMC properties. They are my tenants. So I have a lot of inside baseball on what goes on. They have been dying for a site for a long time. They had a site in Bedford on Kilton Road. That is not zoned correctly. They've given up on that site. I don't know whether this is zoned correctly. I don't even care whether it's zoned correctly. That's up to them to figure out. And it was either going to be Bedford or Londonderry. And again, they spent over $10 million to buy this piece of property in Londonderry without ever having walked into this room. But obviously, I've had many conversations with them. They wanted to buy the property. That wasn't successful. They want to be a good neighbor. They have provided us engineering at no cost that had been done, stuff that we needed to get John for drainage and other things, so we didn't have to go out and restudy it. They've been very cooperative, so I do talk to them. I can't speak for them, but they did not buy that to build 120 homes.
Something doesn't jive though, Bill, because the first item that was on the agenda was a extension request from Keach Nordstrom representing Dartmouth Hitchcock, which they say, he says the new owner intends on completing the project permitting to obtain board signature on the final plan, on the final plans of the project.
And John, you're absolutely right, and the reason for that, and in speaking with the representative of Dartmouth Hitchcock on that, it's because if something happens, if they come into this board in 2 years and they get turned down,
Still have something that they can.
they can say, look, fine, we took a bath on that, we paid X amount for residential, we can get some of our money back because at least we got that. In Bedford, they didn't do that, and now they're sitting on land that is zoned, that's their problem, that's not a problem. They spent $6 million there, they spent about twice that here. At least they'll have perfected a residential subdivision so that if you turn down or some future board turns down what they want or they decide to walk away from it, they have some value there. They don't have to start from scratch and get a residential housing development approved. And they're getting, and it would be done by today's guidelines, not some future regulations that might come in and reduce the density or whatever it was that Gene got. So I think that they're perfecting it as a backstop in case something happens with their project.
Before I go to the rest of the board, I know you had a question. I have a safe assumption that you're not a member of the public and you're involved with the actual building itself.
Oh, yeah.
So what I'm getting at is you can speak before public comment. Give me a minute. What's the dollar value on the current proposed
$50,000.
$50,000? So that's essentially what we're talking about is.
A different, that minus what we're gonna have to pay to re-engage VHB. So call it $45,000 savings.
Yep.
And timing.
Yeah, both.
Timing's the issue
Yeah.
there. It doesn't sound, timing's the issue.
If we come back and the study says, guys, nice job, but maybe you can save like 3 foot on your turning lane, or your taper, and you're gonna spend 47,000, not 50. We're prepared to spend it. We're prepared to spend twice that. Like I said, there's a letter credit that was delivered to Mike Malaguti 2 weeks ago at his office. It's there. It's timing. So if we get shot down by DOT in terms of what we were hoping was gonna happen, and the study says no, and they hold us to the letter of law, that's fine.
Then you're gonna build
We're gonna build whatever they tell us to, we're gonna build whatever the new traffic study tells us to build.
Even if we get shot down at the scoping meeting.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
there's the possibility of being shot down at the scoping meeting with John and DOT. And then we're back to where we are here, but we at least have the timing of being able to start construction prior to the ground not allowing us to, which is probably more costly than the actual turn lane. So it's mostly timing.
Anything from the board?
I think there's an element of risk there, so it's looking at how to
I
minimize
just don't know that the risk is on us.
I don't think there's any risk involved to the town in doing this at all.
I mean, there's an element of risk. It's for those guys right there. It's not for us.
I don't know, it's still a little.
This seems reasonable on our end.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think, if it was something that you had outstanding conditions that were the town of Londonderry's responsibilities and not the DOT, I think that, to me, feels a little bit different. Then I'd be saying, oh, why can't you meet our conditions? But this is something that is outside of your hands and his hands. It's a third party's hands that we can't necessarily control, Mr. D.
I think the red herring is everything, I've heard almost a half hour of hearsay. I have a problem with that. I understand that the applicant, it sounds like, is gonna have all the risk, but I have a problem with hearsay. I don't know.
No, I know.
Well, I'd like to hear what John has to say.
Yeah.
He already said it.
I already said it.
Oh, at the beginning.
I'd be very careful. You're gonna go down a slippery slope, in my opinion, when you start having bigger developments in town and you're just gonna, That's why we do this traffic study, we analyze it, we determine what needs to be done. It's designed, so that way when they go into construction, that's part of the improvements that need to be done. We all know up front. Period.
I have a question for the applicant. I find this discussion hard to actually follow. Maybe it's because I wasn't here, but how come if things have changed so much, why aren't you just coming in with an updated plan? And since things are so in a state of flux, I just can't imagine. I just think it puts the board in such a difficult position, and I side with John as well, and I recognize I have asked a question, but I don't understand. I don't think we want to set a precedent of approving something and then 9 months later saying, well, the waivers the board agreed upon, they're now, no, we don't have to abide by those. But I'm maybe off because I'm not quite catching it all.
No, so what we're suggesting is that we're going to do whatever improvements the traffic study requires. If ultimately the traffic study that was done and was accepted, if that stands, we're prepared to do that. And have posted a letter of credit for twice whatever that would cost, to show that, you know, we're not trying to nickel and dime in good faith, that that's not a money issue. If DOT and the town agree in a scoping meeting that here's what your scope is, we hire the engineer, he redoes it, and the scope shows that there's a lot less, if anything, that has to be done, then we end up saving money, but we're not slowing the project down in the meantime. If the board says, no, we're gonna move forward, we're gonna spend that money and finish this up with DOT. And then when Dartmouth Hitchcock comes in, or whoever comes in and they need more, my guess is they're gonna need land from us that we may or may not give. And we're trying to be proactive, and we're trying to be cooperative in the front end and saying things have changed. We didn't sell the land at Dartmouth Hitchcock. That was a decision Gene Gagnon made. It was his right to do that. But
why not just come in with a new phased approach that can be?
So I have tenants that have been waiting to get into their building. They are tenants of Londonderry. They live in Londonderry. They are here, and for lots of reasons that I'm not going to get into, this project has dragged on for quite a while. So I'm very sensitive to their timing needs, and that's why if the board says no, we will spend the $50,000, which I think is a lot more than would be required given what the uses are going to be, so that they're not held up or delayed anymore. And as I can assure you that the DOT commissioner knows that I'm sitting here tonight with this ask, and if he had any heartache, I wouldn't be sitting here, because I'm not going to, continue to push things uphill. The people that I've talked to feel this is a reasonable approach, a reasonable request. Yes, it's very unique. It's something you've never seen done before. I've certainly never done in my development, but we certainly weren't going to raise a flag when Dartmouth was moving forward behind the scenes. That was not our right. Or I don't think that would have been the right thing to do to enter that new news or new information during a process that Gene is trying to do his thing. We're trying to do our thing at the same time that Dartmouth is working with both of us to do what it is that they want to do. And so this was not all in our control. We're trying to do what we can do. And if the board says no to the waiver, we're going to go forward with something that we think is overkill, given what is out there. And and then if people need more from us, they're gonna have to come ask for more from us in 2 or 3 years. And we, as I said, we're willing to put all that on the table right now and make sure the town and the state have access to right-of-way and easements for future uses that we don't even know what they're gonna be, in good faith.
Gentlemen, could I have you two come up for a minute? I see you chomping at the bit back there. So
Yeah, sorry. Ryan will let 8 tangent away. So the big thing for us is being able to move forward. So this is the third location in Londonderry that we looked at. This one ended up fitting best. We ended up going forward with that. The whole Dartmouth piece, whether that's happening or not, all we know is that there's not residential going in. But a big thing for us is we have providers. We're busting at the seams. We have providers that don't have office space to see patients. So we need to we need to get this going. And anything that slows that down is just more pressure on us to figure out where to put these with providers. So really for us, it's, I set up a meeting with Mike Malaguti and Bill, and we sat down and we said, look, are we crazy? This is what we want to do, because it doesn't make sense to make John, and all of you guys who have a lot of work to do already. London is a very, very busy town, I know that. To look at this, approve it, go forward, and then a couple of weeks later, a couple of months later, come back and say, guys, weren't you already here? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be forthcoming about what's going on with those properties in the intersection. But really the big thing is being able to move forward after today to develop that property. Because if this has to go on and we have to worry about another traffic study and a DOT, this building's not going to get built for another year. Which then construction cost changes, everything else changes, and now it puts everybody in a difficult situation. So we're just trying to move forward with the project. If you can help us do that, we understand that you'll hold the CO in your hand, and that's fine. I'm fine with having a big, expensive building that I'm as a Londonderry resident, I want to make sure that everybody's okay with it. So until John and everybody else is okay with the DOT, we understand we cannot move in or operate in that building. And that's fine with us. And we'll take, if we're worried about the amount of money, we can maybe do a bigger letter of credit if that's a concern, or whatever it is. We just need to get this going. And again, I respect everybody's time and I respect the process, but it's and a lot of it's on us, but it's taking us a lot longer than we would have liked. And it's nobody's fault. We're just trying to move this forward. And this was an idea that Bill had, and when talking to Mike says it's an acceptable idea. I think you should go with the planning board. He put us on the planning board, and that's why we're here. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah. Robert Heaps. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Orthopedic Center. We're the tenant, proposed tenant. We've been working on this for a year and a half, and I think the original plan was back in approved in January. And so it's just been, we have leases to deal with. We've been on Buttrick Road for 30 years. We want to stay in Londonderry, but we need to get this done in a timely fashion. Back in January, we had the vision of a 30,000 square foot building with 100 and whatever houses. We were just a subdivision. Now all we have is a 10,000 square foot building. Totally different plan than what we had proposed, what had been proposed earlier. So,
When's your lease up?
Our current lease in June
of this coming year.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have the potential to not have a building ready, have no lease.
We can go month to month after that.
Okay.
But, yeah.
What I'm getting at is that, they could come back to you and say, well, if you want to stay, you need to sign a 2-year lease. I don't think they would.
Right.
I
No,
know where you guys
they
are. I
could,
don't
but
think they would.
to be honest with you, our original lease ended this June because we
Yep.
thought with January, oh right, we'll go forward and we'll be done by June, and that
Yep.
didn't quite happen. So now we extended to it another June, and I'm sure, because the space we're in and we're medical and orthopedic, very different. The imaging and all that's there. It's not really fit for another tenant unless you gut the whole thing. So I don't think they're itching to get rid of us. But we don't have the space. We can only run 2 providers here. With this new one, we'll be able to run 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really so we're shuffling providers and moving people different areas, and it's just becoming very difficult.
Thank you. I think we got a Mr. D.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, let me try one more time. I'm trying to layer this. So, conceptual. We say, okay, you break ground. You build the building. You're ready to move in, but you have to do road improvements or whatever, because the DOT said you had to as of 6 months ago, 4 months ago, whatever it was. So, is what you're saying that you're gonna break ground now, and then by springtime, you think up the hill is gonna be all squared away, and then there's gonna be a whole new scoping meeting, and
So, if we break ground and the risk to, not the town, but,
please just do the timeline.
yeah, okay.
Just do the timeline. That's what I'm struggling
So,
with.
so we get, if you give us the waiver, we're immediately gonna work with John and DOT to have a new scoping meeting before we even get a bulldozer in the ground.
For what reason?
To do a new traffic study that shows just our use, nothing behind us, because you've said it's hearsay what I've said. I think Johnny Veroni could tell you that he's had conversations with Dartmouth. I think you sold Dartmouth.
Yeah, I'm waiting for public comment.
Okay, so, so we're going to do a traffic study, assuming that John and DOT are comfortable with it, with our uses, only on our site, nothing to do with behind us or on the other side of Vista Ridge.
Okay.
Whatever
I
that,
think I got it.
so that'll come quickly, that'll come
I
quickly.
think you just did it. So the problem that you have right now is that you did a combined meeting with DOT, and it's this value of mitigation, 25 value of mitigation. Now, because there's a change of use, I guess, we've never seen it, but a change of use up the hill, potentially, you want to separate away from that, have your own meeting to say, what are we gonna do? We're all alone now, there's nothing going on up the hill. What do we need to do if it's just us?
Yes,
That's what you're saying?
yes.
And because you don't have the just us plan right now, you want to break ground while you're getting the just us plan on paper, signed off, whatever. It's gonna be
Correct. Approved by
4 to
John,
6
approved
months
by
before-
DOT.
Understood. But
And that's probably gonna be, timeline, that's probably gonna be less than 60 days, I would think. Assuming we have a reasonably quick scoping meeting and we do our traffic study, I don't think it's gonna be more than 60 days for that data to come back. So there will be some work done on the site, but if this, at the end of the day, we've posted twice the amount of money to do what we have to do today with the combined use behind us that I'm suggesting is
regardless of whether you've done that or not, you're not gonna get a CO unless
Until mitigation's done.
unless
Correct.
the mitigation's done, because you have no curb cut.
Correct. And what I'm suggesting is we've already put a letter of credit up to make sure that that gets done,
where is
so that
that?
everybody knows that.
Where is that? We
The
don't have
letter
that
of
in our
credit,
file.
the letter of credit was delivered to my office, and I put it into an account, because again,
Got it. Okay,
I don't leave stuff like that on my desk,
understood.
okay? Plain and simple.
Because it's real money.
Exactly.
It's real
Yeah.
money. So
I
it's,
put that aside,
got
you know.
that. Okay.
But again, though, that letter of credit typically, though, it's not for the town to go out there and do those improvements. We're not gonna build those improvements
Understand.
to guarantee that they're done.
How is that different than when someone posts a bond?
Same,
it's the same thing.
Same thing.
letter of credit is real cash.
Got it.
It's not a bond, it's actual cash.
I understand. Yeah, I got it. So, that was for,
Twice whatever
the
that.
question was for other people,
Okay.
not us.
Okay, so yeah, and that amount
So-
was for twice what the estimate was to do the work that we may or may not have to do.
The long and short of it is,
So the
You're gonna build-
$50,000, you're saying it's,
We have $100,000 we put up, just for that, we have 3 letters of credit. The one for the offsites was 100 grand, was twice what.
Sam had come
Scoping
up with a
meetings.
number. Sam came up with a number.
Yeah, using preliminary spreadsheet that we worked on the other, on the overall site. It came out to be about like 52,000.
yeah, so let me finish up one thought, just to put a bow on it. So you're gonna break ground, you're gonna build a building, and there's a potential, because nothing's 100% in this world. It was gonna be houses up the hill, and now it isn't. Somebody talked about Buttrick Road. There's been an empty lot in front of there for 20 years. That was gonna be a lot of medical offices as well. That didn't happen. And it's been an empty lot ever since then. But you're gonna break ground, build the building, and the liability is on you, because you're not gonna get a CO until you have the curb cut and have made the improvements and done everything that you're supposed to do.
Correct.
If they can't occupy.
I don't see an issue. Jason?
Yeah, it seems reasonable to me because, you know, you came in with a combination and now half of that combination is an unknown. So basically what you're requesting is just as if you had come in on your own standalone project, which you would have already had the traffic done by now and all of that stuff. So to me, it seems reasonable because you don't know, there's this massive unknown up there that.
All right, I'm gonna open it up to public comment.
Giovanni Varani, 73 Page Road. So, if you guys remember way back when we first came in with the plan, there was to get the townhouses, you need to have a multifamily. You need to have a commercial concept up front. We came in, we found perfect tenant, perfect use for medical. Everybody loved it, right? There was nothing deceptive going on in this whole process. Gene always planned on developing that property. Somewhere along the line, Dartmouth came in and said, we'd like to buy it. He turned him down probably 6 times. Eventually, they came in with a number that you couldn't turn down. Something I've never seen before. An offer that was not contingent upon anything. They may not even be zoned properly. But I think Dartmouth needed to secure a parcel of land for their own uses. We talked about and this isn't deceptive either, why are they trying to keep their multifamily permits or their current permitted use? Because these guys are so far, like they don't even have a concept on this piece that if they weren't able to do anything on that piece, wouldn't you want to keep those permits in place so they could they'll never sell it for what they bought it for, but they'll sell it for something, right? I think what happened during the whole process, because this was so far unimaginable, is that Bill got tied up in this whole larger project. But bottom line is, and I know from being a developer, really, I mean, he's got all the securities in place. He needs to get the CO, but really what he's trying to do is, can I get on the site and start the construction? Because we got our neighbors here and our future tenants, which are great ones, they need to get in a building. So all this stuff is going to be secured, but they need the waiver to just get on the site to develop it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any questions for me?
All right. Any more public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Let's bring it back to the board here. Yeah, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant the partial waiver of SPR 6.01A to allow site work and construction to proceed without an approved New Hampshire DOT driveway permit. The applicant is assuming all risk and no certificate of occupancy will issue without an approved amended New Hampshire driveway permit reflecting the applicant's use.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Mr. Penta. Do you have a discussion?
Question, can you put that in writing and sign it, please? What we just read about the liability.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would.
Absolutely.
I
I mean, this waiver is going to have to get added to the plans, and
Yeah,
I can even add the liability portion on the plans, which Bill will sign as the owner.
It's gonna be added to the plans.
Yes, because we just want to, other than, what has come through here, we want a hard copy with your signature on it.
And as I've said before, I don't know that this could be put on the plan, but as I said, if John and DOT, need us to give easements now or set aside future right away for something future that might happen, we're not looking to do this and sidestep and cause any hamstrung problem down the road. We want to be good neighbors with the people behind us, next to us, and in the community.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the floor.
How about an MOU then?
You're beyond my pay grade.
He just made a statement. Put it in the form of an MOU, get it certified, and put it on file with the town.
Okay. So be it.
Fine.
So be it.
It's fine.
Fair?
Make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be a condition of the waiver.
Fair. All right, any more discussion? Roll call vote, starting with Ms. Champa, please.
Ann Champa, nay.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
Jeff Pett, aye. Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Faber, aye.
Jake Butler, aye. All right, your, I don't even know what you want to call this, has been
We're
approved.
approved.
Your
Thank
waiver
you.
has been
And
approved.
we will get the MOU done.
Yeah.
ASAP.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, thank you. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We got one more.
Start from scratch. I've done them before.
We're gonna move
I
that.
don't have anything like that. That's easy. Thank you.
All right, we have a public hearing. We have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a lot line adjustment to adjust a lot line between two parcels, 28 Jefferson Road, Londonderry, Derry, and 35 Hillside Avenue, Londonderry, Derry, zoned AR1. Donald F.L. Jr. and Deborah Monroe are the owners, and Strategic Contracting Company, LLC, is the applicant. Give me 1 second, because I need to get to...
Jake, just for the record, I'm back.
Hello, welcome back. I'm so glad you're here.
Like that public comment guy.
All right. We have, before we get started here, we need to check for completeness. There's a number of outstanding checklist items. Staff recommend the board accept this. John, what are the outstanding checklist items?
Bear with me.
Bearing.
Applicant's submission did not provide a high-intensity soil survey or lot size calculations per section 310 of the subdivision regs, or items 2.7 and 324 of the checklist. The applicant's second checklist item was the applicant's submission did not provide a wetland delineation per section 311 of the subdivision regs, or items 2.7 and 322 and 23 of the checklist. Item 3, the applicant's submission has not provided the proper notes to include the existing and proposed use. Note the number of bedrooms per dwelling for residential use, or note which plans are to be recorded and which are on file with the town per section 411 F, M, and O of the subdivision regs, and items 3.7 F, M, and N of the checklist. The applicant's submission did not provide owner signature per section 412 C 16 of the subdivision regs, and items 3.27 of the checklist.
Sir, good evening. What's your name?
Good evening. My name's Rob Deegan with S&H Land Services. In the audience with me today is Rob Starris of Strategic Contracting.
Rob Deegan, quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen our checklist before?
I have.
Do you know what the purpose of the checklist is?
Yes.
What is it?
To ensure that everything needed has been submitted.
All right, I just heard a laundry list of checklist items that are not complete. Help me through it. Give me, why should we say we'll accept your checklist as complete?
Well, I considered a lot of the items in question not to be particularly applicable to the application in question. I did submit, I see the additional material I submitted this morning is up on the screen there. Along with that, I provided a waiver request letter and a list of responses to the review from Stantec regarding those items.
So I'll stop you there. Board.
Of course.
How would we like to act on completeness before we begin to hear this application?
I don't think it's complete. I can't make a decision on it. I don't have the information to make a decision on it.
Is that a statement or a motion?
I'll make that as a, well, I think there should be an option. We can continue this until the checklist is complete. We can deny it, which you'd have to start all over again. Or we can request you go to design review and work with staff on the
Can I get a consensus from the board before we get crazy?
I think when you have a lot line adjustment like that.
Yeah.
I think it's almost a fair opinion from that side of the desk over there that looking at the checklist saying, you know what, a lot of this stuff doesn't apply
Yeah.
to this because it's just a simple lot line adjustment. I think that's fair. That said, it's a lot.
Yes.
I don't know.
You know, I think if there had been a discussion with staff, so staff understood and could convey to us, you know.
Okay,
it
so
would
the
be better.
town
Hold on-
manager
hold on one
provided a
sec.
memorandum.
Yep.
So if we haven't read that, then we should probably read it.
Oh, I'm not even on this thing. Mr. Penta,
Sorry to speak out of turn.
you're
I
not,
apologize.
you're not talking out of turn.
Apologize, Mr. Rugg.
No problem.
But I just want to, just because I'm just hearing that there's, outstanding checklist items, and yes, normally I would absolutely be on that aspect. There is a column in our checklist that says not applicable, etc. I do see something from the town that says that they would support us, waive the outstanding checklist items. Again, that's just a suggestion from the town, so I would like to hear from the staff on this. In the event that the applicant contends some checklist items are not applicable. So I just wanted to kind of paint that picture. We have some information in front of us. If we haven't had the opportunity to kind of read it or address it, or if it doesn't necessarily matter for the purview there, then that's okay. I just wanted to kind of throw it out there. It is late at night, and I respect the applicant's time.
That's fine. All right. I am just looking for conversation here. What do we want? John, do you have anything to say about this?
No.
Okay. Sylvia?
I typically, I see a lot line adjustment, I think this should be not a big deal.
Correct. I agree.
It's a little bit different in Londonderry because this is soil-based lot sizing. And I'd had a conversation with John because at first I'm like, what is the big deal? It's a lot line adjustment. But in the end, it's really, there's two things happening. One, your lot is based on soils. The lot size is based on soils, and we don't know how big, we don't know anything about these lots. It's not like it's a 1 acre. You can't do that. They're based on soils. So that's number one. Number two, you have dairy, and I don't know much. We have an email or a memo maybe from Liz over in Derry that says, look, this isn't a big deal. We don't have to hear this case, blah, blah, blah. I just think it'd be a little bit more comfortable if we had that lot sizing information. I mean, I'm kind of feeling like a Charlie Brown, a bit wishy-washy on it, but still, it's all about that lot sizing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're just acting on completeness.
Correct. That's all I'm doing. Yep. That's all I'm doing. I asked a simple question. We got a laundry list of items for completeness. I've asked a simple question. Is the board comfortable with a laundry list of items of completeness, and do we want to hear this? Motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion. No, I'm gonna not make that motion.
Can I ask
Let me
Sylvia a
just
question?
let me just say this again.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes.
Sylvia, are you concerned that if we move this lot line, it could be a non-conforming lot when we're done with it?
That's why we have the regulations, Tony.
Yeah.
I just needed to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
For the audience?
There's just a bunch of questions about this lot. There's just a lot of questions.
Thank you.
Giovanni.
My follow-up question would be, so isn't it already a pre-existing lot with a pre-existing house on it?
Yes.
So is it, follow up on that, isn't that, you can't make him change it. You're not gonna make him take the house off of
The
it.
dairy lot, He's just got a building permit on it, so
Derry said they don't care.
Did I hear Derry say they didn't care about anything that had to do with this?
You did.
All right.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm kinda curious too, because the memo says staff recommends the board conditionally approve the application. And I'm not hearing that.
Right.
That's Mike's memo, it's not my memo.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's,
I'm-
that was my next
Same
point,
as the
there,
last
is
one.
that we have,
yeah, Kelly had a couple questions, so
I'm hearing a lot of, we can't approve this about lot sizing. Can I have an opportunity to explain why I feel the lot size is irrelevant? Or why the soils-based lot sizing is irrelevant?
That's why when a new project comes in, typically the applicant comes in and sits down with us, so we all have a general idea of what's happening.
Yeah.
We don't come down here and then design it in front of a, a 9-member board with,
So you've never met with the applicant?
no.
Who have you met with?
We did not have a pre-application meeting
Because it's a lot line adjustment.
because it's a simple lot line adjustment, and we didn't see the need to jump through the extra hoops and spend another month going through the process.
Can I ask a,
I think
Yeah,
we
go
were
ahead,
trying
Jeff.
to figure out if this
Mr.
is simple
Jeff.
or not.
Mr. Chair, can I, just ask this clarifying question? Again, for completeness, I'm not even touching the applicant, but how did Mike get this information if you haven't met with Mike?
Who's Mike?
Mike Malaguti, the town manager. He provided us a memorandum, a staff memo.
I do not know. We submitted the application, in a formal application form, last month to be put on the board, and
The formal application, so then it went to Mike.
Went to Mike and Mike reviewed it, okay.
Yep. Did you review the formal application, John?
Not before yesterday, or not even yesterday, it was this morning.
When was your formal application put in?
I don't remember the date, but
Don't worry about it. All right, board.
yeah, before the deadline.
Let's make a decision one way or the other. How do we want to move here? Completeness.
I think the applicant needs to meet with staff.
All right, so if we want to do that, we need a motion on completeness. And then a continuance, no?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that the planning board does not accept this application as complete.
I'll second that
Motion,
motion.
do I have a second? Roll call, starting with Ann.
And Champa, aye.
Giovanni Barani, aye.
Lynn Wiles, aye.
Arthur Rugg, aye.
That's aye.
Jason Knight's aye.
Sean Favorite, aye.
Kate Butler, aye. Your application has not been accepted as complete, sir. Do we need to put a continuance on this? Or it's just their application is not accepted as complete?
Not correct.
So they need to reapply for formal,
Nope.
have a meeting with town staff.
Suggest that, yeah.
Okay.
That was a long night for that.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Did we get a chance to present this before you guys didn't accept this or completely?
No.
Because it's already a non-conforming lot, there's absolutely no road frontage to it at all.
So,
I'm just trying to write a situation.
and I understand it, and I'm gonna allow comment a little bit here where it's not necessarily warranted. Before we hear an application, we check it for completeness. That is the very first thing we do. Completeness is based off of a checklist that is provided to you that tells you exactly what you need for a formal application. I heard a ton of outstanding items for completeness.
Like you said, there's no wetlands on site, so that one was negligible, right? It's non-conforming, so why are we doing soils? It's not gonna ever be built on, I built the house on the dairy side.
But if you had that discussion, what's your application look like?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question.
Exactly. Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we do not have enough information. And Our town engineer has not reviewed this, or he did review it and it was today. We have a staff memorandum put together by our town manager who is not here.
Didn't they recommend that you conditionally review it after going through the?
Our, if we so choose to accept it for completeness, staff does have a recommendation to grant approval of this lot line adjustment. If we decide that it's complete.
Stand up, could you stand up, please, so the people aren't watching TV, because there's a lot of people watch this TV
Rob
show.
Starr, Strategic Contracting, 10 Dorothy's Way, Bedford, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
If they accepted it and looked at it and gave you a recommendation, then it was complete enough for them. Because a lot of these things on here are not applicable.
If you apply for formal review, we're required to review it by law, by RSA within 21 days, John.
And we did, and we actually.
If you apply for formal review, how many days do we have to review it by RSA? Is it 21 days?
Yeah, something like that.
So we have a legal obligation through RSA to review something. What you give to us is up to you. So
But
it's not that they're considering it complete enough. It's that they have an obligation to review what you've given them.
So not only did
they have come back and said, we've reviewed this, and the first thing that they pointed out were checklist items that are missing based off of their review.
All right, I'm not getting anywhere here.
Yeah, so I think, so having been on your side for many years, hindsight's always 20/20, but being on your side, I always had the conversation. I'm looking at a checklist. They want this, they want that. Oh my God, it's just a simple lot line. You know what? I'm gonna make a call. Hey, do I need to do this? Do I need to do this? Do I need to do this? That's how I did it.
He did respond to it, and when did you get the responses back?
Yesterday. And I did submit a request for waivers from those outstanding checklist items this morning and update the plan to reflect the ones that were easy to address.
When did you get the comments from Stantec?
Yesterday.
So
And I had to request
it goes back to something we've had discussions about getting the,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
When is the appropriate time to?
So we put it in on time. Stantec gets us back to us yesterday. Rob here has submitted answers to why that is and the requested waivers. So it seems like, and then whoever you were talking about, not requested, but recommended conditional approval. I mean, to me, all the check boxes on this side.
Seems like they both disagree. All right. So, yep, other business. On this item, we have a discussion on a temporary moratorium on development. I want to keep this brief tonight, but we need to discuss it, we need to talk about it, we need to bring it up. We are in, Londonderry is in a very unique time right now. Some would consider it challenging for multiple reasons. In the past, I want to focus on one, is growth. In the past year, I've got over 1,000 units. Over 1,000 units in the past year we have either have approved or are actively being worked on inside of 1 year. We have heard a lot from the public. We've all acknowledged it. We have infrastructure issues that are becoming worse every single day that we need to be able to address. We have staffing issues that need to be addressed. I'm not sure that we've got a lot of things that need to be addressed in as one person on the board, and I was the one to ask this, so I'm gonna start a little bit of a discussion here. But I want to make sure we're doing the right thing for the town of Londonderry. And I'm not sure we are right now, given the current situation that the town is in, experiencing growth and everything else. We reached out, I asked the council to reach out to our attorney, and I jumped on a call with our attorney, who does feel as though we are in a unique circumstance that would warrant a temporary moratorium on development. She would like to meet with the board in the near future. I'm sure it'll be in a very recent meeting. If the boards would like to talk with her, I'm sure it'll be relatively quickly, hopefully, I don't know, the next meeting. But and again, let's all kind of talk about it here, but briefly, get an idea of if we want to talk to our lawyer. But I think we're in a time, in a unique circumstance, where we need to be able to pump the brakes here and make sure that we're doing the right thing for the town of Londonderry. With that, I would ask any of the board to chime in if they would like to. I'd like to get a feeling of if we would like to sit down with our town attorney and see what this looks like.
Yes, basically it'd be a non-meeting with our attorney and to go over, I think, some of our perceptions and feelings and what is actually allowable, mainly by statute. So, and I think the whole board needs to really discuss it with our attorney.
I agree. I think the discussion has to happen. I'd like to ask Sean Faber to broach the subject with the town council, because I think we really need the town council to give us guidance on how we can proceed. Make sure that we're in sync.
I'll give you my comments on it. First of all, I think there's staffing issues, and I think those need to be handled independent of a proposed growth moratorium. I think the staffing issues need to be fixed, and I think that starts with the council to hire a town manager, and then town manager needs to fill all the other vacant positions. With regards to a growth moratorium, there's a housing crisis going on. This area is 2, now 3 exits in it. It's a favorable place to build. I mean, I hear property owners saying, well, it's not fair, I bought here because, there was land in the backyard. Well, the thing is, though, is that those people that own that land, that's like their IRA. That's like their 401k. That's what they're retiring on. That's what they want to see developed. And the reality of it is if the person still wanted to preserve the land and nature that it was, they could have bought it. You can't, I don't think, people have the ability to sell their property. People have the ability to sell raw land. People have the ability to develop it and see their fullest potential with it. And I don't think you can take that away from them as property owners' rights. And I think if you get to that point where you're going to say, nope, I mean, and it's not even justified from a perspective that, there is a huge housing crisis out there. So we should be looking at ways to maximize development and have smart development, not saying, no, you can't have any. And taking that ability of that property owner's rights and say, no, we're not going to allow you to do that. So, my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. Ann, I saw you raise your hand.
I'd like to say that I've seen information that Londonderry leads the state in the amount of housing units that have been recently put in. I mean, we've done all we can to help the housing crisis. But issue is we keep putting in houses, but the wrong kind of houses. We need affordable houses, but we haven't. We've already given up so much land in this town. I shouldn't say that way because it sounds like we own it. But there's been so much building in Londonderry. And before we've had moratoriums on building, I think this is time that we need one again. I mean, and look at what's going on, look at the land that's left in town, and think about it. It's just, I mean, what I see in town, you know, our gateways to our town, exit 5, that's been all built up, just like exit 4 is. You know, it's, and it seems like every extra lot in town, there's houses being built on it. Some places that you'd never think there could be a house fit in there, but they're in there. And now we're also having, we have accessory dwelling units. And I know there's been a push in the State House this past year to get in, 2 accessory dwelling units on properties. So, I mean, we have a town here where a lot of people have, single-family homes, AR1, have an acre lot, and I get that. But it's just getting too built up for our town. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know if it's a legal way of going about it or not. I feel the traffic impacts. 102, the amount of trucks going through, not only cars, residential cars, but the trucks and everything. I mean, I've been driving down Hardy Road when people are passing me because I'm only going the speed limit. It's really getting crazy too. It's not just the traffic, it's, what people try to do in traffic. But, it's just, we need to step back and take a look at what's going on in our town. We have a master plan, but it doesn't seem like we usually follow it much. I mean, we had, the Pettingill Road area with our last master plan. What we had in the master plan wasn't followed. And even Woodmont. We gotta take a look at our town. I think we have great ideas for this town. They don't seem like they're coming to fruition. What we envision in the master plan. So.
Thank you. Anybody else? Jason?
I absolutely agree with the idea that we have done more than our fair share in terms of contributing to the alleviating the housing crisis, and there are definitely, not naming any names, but a whole bunch of other towns that can step up and do their part. I do think that a 6-month makes sense under the stipulation that we actually spend that time to think about how, when we start up, only 6 months, and when we start up again, how do we actually approach this, right? I don't wanna just be 6 months and we're just not doing anything, right? Like, we actually have to, cause you're right, Ed, we've got a master plan that we don't seem to be hitting
We've
on too
outgrown
many.
the master plan.
Huh?
We've outgrown the master.
Exactly, that's a very good,
That's why
and I grew up in this area, and this area now, as opposed to what it was when I graduated from high school, are 2 completely different things, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, right? Everybody wants to be the last house built in the town, right? I moved in, now the town can never change again. But by the same token, I do feel like we are bearing the brunt of a lot of the development in the area. And I think that we need to take a step back and figure out the best way to do it. And I think a 6-month moratorium, as long as we do actually discuss it and figure out some kind of a plan, makes sense. You're right, Gio, and that the staffing issues that's outside of our control, right? Like, and honestly, that's kind of our fault that we allowed ourselves to get into the staffing issue. But reality is, we are at a point now where it's kind of untenable, the amount that's coming through. And I think we take a step back, take a breath, and figure out what we do in 6 months.
Anything else from the board? I have one. Mr. D. So, thank you. I agree with everything everyone has said. One of the pieces that's missing and always is missed on in particular this land use board is that the applicants are taxpayers also. And the applicants are citizens also. And by the way, Ann, that was me that passed you on Hardy Road. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. But I will say that, you know, you hear this all the time, but Londonderry, the town of Londonderry, people say the town. What they mean is the town administration doesn't build houses, right? Developers, landowners build houses. They have rights, okay? That said, we owe it to the citizens as a land use board, and this is probably the third or fourth time I'm gonna say this, and I'm proud to say it because we've been doing it. We owe it to the citizens to turn over every stone we can to see if there's a better way, to see if there's something else that can be done that's better. You don't know unless you turn the rock over. And so this could be a good opportunity, again, for us to investigate, well, what else is out there? Here's the situation that we're in. What can we do? And does that make it better? Does that make it worse? What does it do? So I think this is potentially a great opportunity, and I would certainly support sitting down with the town attorney who understands the legality of it certainly better than me and some of us here on the board and just lay it on the line. See what is it that we're trying to do. You know, I don't think we really know what we want to do yet, but we don't know what we want to do because we don't know what the parameters are. Once you find out where the guardrails are, then you can figure out where you're going to be inside of those guardrails. Which side of the guardrail are you going to be on? Or are you going to be in the middle or whatever? So I think it could be a very fruitful conversation, and I think this is yet again where we're servicing the taxpayers and the citizens of Londonderry to the best of our ability by having these conversations continually. And I commend you, Mr. Chair, for bringing it up, and I'm willing to be a part of it. Thank you.
Anything else from the board?
No, I just also agree. I think it'd be responsible for us to have this discussion with what the kind of staffing, obviously, but also what we've been hearing. Right, it's a very apparent our infrastructure is not aligned with, at least in my opinion, from what I'm hearing. It's apparent our overall infrastructure, our public safety infrastructure, our water infrastructure, traffic infrastructure. Those are concerns that we hear, but we don't have a full report. We don't have a full kind of analysis on what that really means. So this obviously dovetails into the update of the master plan that's currently, that this board has commissioned. So the timing is unique. I don't want to put it all on lack of staffing, because I do think we have overall infrastructure updates that we need to kind of see. Like, we need to answer the question: is what we're building, can we where are the gaps from an infrastructure aspect? I don't see building going away. Johnny, to your point, yeah, these are retirement funds. We have a highway that goes right through our town. I love I wish that, no one else bought property after I bought my house, but that's not happening. So, yeah, it's, we have to be very responsible for, for the town and do what we can within our purview to, to ensure, Londonderry's prosperity.
Anything else?
I won't say a ton because, speaking as a member of the council, I don't want to speak for the whole council. I know varying opinions on there, but a couple things I'll say is in discussing this, as far as staffing goes, I think staffing, we're equal to where we were. And the end of the day, even with Mike not actively involved, Kelly's come back. So I think that's, in discussions with that became apparent to me. I'm like, okay, that's about equivalent. So I don't know that that's the issue necessarily.
Just on that.
Yeah.
We're still, even with Kelly back, we've still been short a planner for 2 years, and we've been short a assistant engineer for 2 years. So I know what you mean. We're at what is equal to what we've had, but at the end of the day, we're still very short. And I mean, not for nothing, the institutional knowledge inside of the planning department of what this town is gone. It left 2 years ago.
And I'm not trying to disagree. I'm more or less trying to express some of the views of the in totality.
Who knew that Kelly came back?
Nobody. Well, I mean, to a degree, she's been on emails and stuff.
All my emails have been from Mike Malaguti, who I thought resigned. So there's a little
effective
bit,
April, whatever, as of present.
Was that approved or not? I mean,
I can't speak
I understand
to that
it, but
right now.
you understand my point? So
Yeah,
there's a little bit of a disconnect.
No, there is a
The
disconnect.
communication might not be what it should be, because I had to make a call on Friday saying, are we having a meeting on Wednesday? If so, where's the agenda? Who's making the agenda? And now you just said Kelly's back. Really? Last I heard, she was assistant town manager and the planning director. She's not here.
I thought she was the assistant town manager and economic development director.
Well, not to skew off into that.
Just saying.
No, I know.
Just saying.
That one's a complicated one, but the other thing, and like you said, I'm not trying to say a ton. I'm just trying to give some thoughts that are going. These are just things to ponder. The timing of the master plan, to also see, it'd be good to get further down that to see what people are, because
where we're at.
Yeah, because I feel that sentiment. I hear that sentiment a lot about traffic, about development. But a lot of times seeing data, especially when we're in the process of doing that's going to shape the future decision, we could be taking an action before we see a conclusion. Mm-hmm. And I know we're not going to see a conclusion fast, so that's the other hard part about this.
It takes time.
Yeah. So this is one of those difficult ones, and in this, that's why I'm not going to say much, because speaking as someone on the council, I don't want to give an impression sway of that.
Understood. You have to be careful, and we get that.
Yeah. So that's what I'll say. There's some considerations. I know there's some. It's not even so much direct opposition, although I won't say that doesn't exist with some people. But there is some structural, like the logistics of it, that there's been some concern brought up and talked about within. So those are kind of some of the general views of what I can share, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. 2 items before we adjourn.
Yes, sir.
Number 1, I'd like to be on public record saying that this planning board tonight had 4 sessions of public hearings, 4 different times during tonight's meeting. There was an opportunity for the citizens to speak. Secondly, I'd like to say I don't want the discussion about the Heritage Commission to go away. I think, hopefully all of you have read the letter that Mike Malaguti put out. It was basically a position paper saying that there was mission creep and has been mission creep for that particular group, and that we need to give people directions on which way we think that should continue or not. And so it needs to be an agenda item. I don't wanna keep pushing it and kicking it down the road because it's only gonna get worse. And I think we need to address it. There had been some discussion about having a meeting with the Heritage Commission. I don't think that's necessary. I think a stricter definition of purpose and mission is all that needs to be put out.
I will wholeheartedly agree with that.
So with that, my final comment of the night was on the Heritage Commission. Alicia sent out to me to look at next week's agenda, and a joint hearing with the Heritage Commission was on the agenda. So my question was gonna be, do we feel as though we need a joint hearing, or we just need a further discussion?
I agree with
this
Tony
board?
that I don't think we need a joint. I think we've got to figure out what we want to do.
So I'll ask her to adjust it to just be, final discussion on Heritage Commission items. Okay?
Thank you.
And I think Mike had written a very good.
Very good.
Yes.
If you read that position paper, it was very succinct and very on point, and pretty much echoed what Mr. Ellis said. And I think it's all valid. And we've already moved one thing at the suggestion to follow RSAs. That was the discussion, just follow the RSA when we were talking about sending out notices. Follow the RSAs was the thing. Well, if we follow the RSAs, we're not gonna make a mistake. So, something to think about, so, thank you.
So we'll have, just to wrap that up so we can have a motion to adjourn here, we will have a meeting next week where we can all bring our thoughts, we can have a constructive conversation and ultimately hopefully come out with what our vision is for the Heritage Commission and their mission moving forward.
Yeah, I think some of that we could put into our subdivision site plan regulations.
Yep.
That's where their duties, they really come from the towns, not from the statutes at all.
Yep.
Jake, if I may, having been assisting planning department since Colleen announced she was leaving, so temporary moratorium, I think, is not out of the question. I think I'm glad you're talking about it. Two, another way to go, because there's so many different levels of this onion, but also in conjunction, I think phased approaches to what we're seeing is also a really good idea. And we're looking at 3 PUDs here. That's a lot of housing. And that's a lot to the infrastructure. And so I think, especially when we see things that people want to come in with final. That was small, a lot line adjustment. But when you're talking about a PUD coming in final without talking to us first, and then you have 2 weeks basically to look at it, it's impossible. So I think, there's many things that this group can do regulatory wise, including requiring, conceptual review. But phased approach, I think, is also something you may want to consider. And for the record, for Kelly tonight, we had a conversation, and she had not reviewed the different things. And I had at least 2 under my belt, and had a chance to look at the rest today. But I'm sure she's in catch-up mode. Today was day 3, so she's in serious catch-up mode.
Yeah, my point was, I didn't even know she was back.
I understand.
And I don't know, I'm not sure how many people knew.
I think it was surprise. Well, not no surprise to everybody, but to some. Anyway.
Motion.
There.
Second. Stop talking. Unless it's a motion or a second, I don't wanna hear it.
When's the master plan steering?
See you, Cynthia.
Six.